2.58 10 to minus 4 coulomb per kilogram of air under normal temperature and pressure, atmospheric temperature and pressure, under atmospheric temperature and pressure. Then we say this is for historical purpose only. So we started with the most important thing, douche. D. Or absorbed douche. Now, absorbed douche is energy. Deposited or absorbed in unit mass. In any material, with any radiation. And we have here SI unit gray. 1 gray GY equal 1 joule per 1 kilogram. So dose is a specific energy, like density. Density is a specific mass in cubic centimeter, for example, or mass in cubic meter. So energy in unit mass is dose. SI unit gray. 1 gray meaning 1 joule in 1 kilogram. 2 gray meaning 2 joule in 1 kilogram. 0.5 gray, 0.5 joule in each kilogram of the material. What is the material? Living tissue or material? No any matter about this. Any material. Okay. We have also traditional units or old units or typical units, which is RAD, R-A-D, RAD, radiation absorbed dose. 1 RAD is 100 per 1 gram of the material. 1 gram of the material. Not 1 erg over 1 gram, like gray, 1 joule per 1 kilogram. No, 100 erg per 1 gram. This dose D is very important for us to determine the biological effects. But it is not enough. We need also to know what is called, from those we need to know what is the radiation weighting factor. What is the type of radiation caused this dose? If it is alpha or beta or gamma or neutron, and even the neutron, fast neutron, intermediate neutron, high energy neutron, ultra high energy neutrons. What is the energy of the neutron to determine this? This represents how much hazard of this type of radiation with respect to gamma. When I say alpha equal 20, this is radiation weighting factor, meaning that gamma alpha is more dangerous than gamma 20 times. 20 times. For neutron, depend on the energy. We, from dose and from radiation weighting factor, we get the equivalent dose. H. Equivalent dose equal this W times H. We forget to say, if you tell me dose, you must mention the amount, the type of radiation, and the tissue. I will write here, you must mention the dose value, the radiation, and the tissue. D, amount, which radiation, in which tissue. Here, W, R, because only we need to know the radiation. H, equivalent dose, mention here the tissue. You must mention here, sorry, this is D, huh? This is D. You must mention here the tissue. This is, you must mention the radiation type. You must mention here the radiation and tissue. For dose, absorbed dose, you must mention radiation and tissue. In equivalent, when you get it, you must mention which tissue received this absorbed dose. What is the unit here? If you say here, dose, put here dose value in gray, you get CFAR. So H equal W R times D tissue R and the tissue. If you put here this gray, if dose here gray, you get CFAR. It's a unit, it's a unit. If you put here, this is in red, traditional unit, you get here RIM. This will be RIM if you use this red. This will be CFAR if you use this gray. Okay. Also, after this, we say we can also have another tissue weighting factor, another weighting factor, which is tissue weighting factor. What is that? Sensitivity for the organ for radiation. WT, radiation, tissue weighting factor. This represents sensitivity of organ to radiation effects. If this organ receives an equivalent dose. Together, equivalent with tissue weighting factor, if I multiply them, I get effective dose, which is tissue weighting factor times equivalent dose in this tissue. What is the unit here? The unit like equivalent. If this is CFAR, this is CFAR. If this is RIM, this is RIM. We said we can make a summation for the effective dose that a man received. So we can say make a summation. We can make a summation here. We can't make a summation here, except if they same organ. If I give this effective dose represent a person receive a dose homogeneous. In each direction he receives the same amount. Each organ receives the same amount of radiation. See, this is called whole body dose. Whole body effective dose. This is a whole body dose. Let's take an example to finish this revision. If a person receive here, say a worker receive, let's say 5 rad. This is the quantity. And from alpha, this type of radiation. For example, in lung, this is the tissue, and he receive from slow neutron, let's say 0.1 gray from slow neutron in skin. Now, what is the effective dose they received? So this is absorbed. Why absorbed? Red, gray. This is for absorbed dose. Now, the first effective dose from alpha. Now, I will get this effective from alpha. I will say it is. What is the dose here? 5. What is the radiation weighting factor? 20. It's alpha. What is the tissue? Lung. It is 0.12. Now this is the effective. Multiply all together. Value of dose, radiation weighting factor, tissue weighting factor. Multiplication only. So this is now 100, this is 12. 12 what? I started with that 5 rad. So I will end it with rem. Rad, rem. The second effective dose. 0.1, this is the value. Times. What is the radiation wetting factor for slow neutron? 5. From the table. 5. What is the tissue wetting factor of skin? It is 0.01. It's equal. This is 5. But 5 with how many points? 0.005. What? This is gray. Gray. I started with gray, so I ended with Sievert. I can say the total effective dose. I can now make a summation now. Effective, make a summation. It equal this and this. But this is rem, this is Sievert. Must be Sievert or rem. Okay. Now, I converted this Sievert to rem. So it is, this is 12, and this in rem is 0.5 rem. This is 0.5 rem because I will divide this by 100 to give me rem. So 12 plus 0.5. It's equal 12.5 rem. So it is 12.5 rem. What does this mean now, this effect? This person received in lung this amount, in skin this amount. This person has probability to get cancer in skin from this dose. And another probability to get cancer in lung from this dose. I need now to calculate the probability that this doses will lead to cancer. What is the probability for this person who received this real doses as absorbed dose to get cancer in skin from this and in lung from this? The probability of this person is same. The probability is that equal exactly. The probability is equal exactly that if a person exposed to whole body radiation 12.5 rem, whole body. The probability of this person who received 12.5 rem effective dose this, meaning whole body, equal the probability for this person to get cancer in skin from this dose and in lung from this dose. This is why we need to calculate effective. Just we calculate effective, now we are ready to calculate the probability for this person to get cancer. Now, how we can get this probability? Probability, or let's say risk factor, to get stochastic effects, meaning cancer or genetic effects. Stochastic effects, stochastic biological effects, stochastic illness, stochastic diseases. This is only two illness, cancer and genetic effects. What is the risk factor? Risk factor is this, saying risk factor 0.051/C. This is the risk factor for the person who receive effective dose that get stochastic effect. What does this mean? What is the meaning of this? The meaning is like this. If one person, I say one person received effective dose equal 1 sievert, effective dose 1 sievert, effective dose 1 sievert. Now I think in unit sievert, 1 sievert, not rem, 1 sievert. The probability of this person to get cancer is 0.05. You will say it's still not clear. We need more clarification. Okay. Now assume we have now 100%. 100%. And each one of them, 100%, each one of them receive effective dose 1 sievert, each one 1 sievert, 1 sievert, 1 sievert, 1 sievert, 1 sievert, each one receive 1 sievert, 5 among this group may get stochastic effect, meaning cancer or genetic effects. Cancer or genetic effect. So this is the meaning of 0.05, 1/7. Meaning, if 100%, each one receive 1 sievert, 5 of them may get a stochastic effect. This is the meaning of 0.015. As you see, now, if I need to know number of persons get a stochastic effect, or the probability for one person to get a stochastic effect, probability for a person of one person to get a stochastic effect, only do the following. Only do the following. You say 0.05, this is the risk factor, times E. What is the effective dose he received? Or what is the effective dose each one of this group received? But this must be in sievert, because this is 1/C. So for this person, for the previous example, this one, what is the effective dose total received? He received 12.5. This is the total effective dose he received. I calculated. Now, there is probability to get cancer in lung, and there is another probability to get cancer in skin. Total probability now to get cancer, either in lung or skin. I will say, what is the effective dose he received? This one. Okay, 12.5 friend. I will say 0.05 times. This is effective dose, which is 12, I think, 12.5. But this is REM. This is REM. I need to convert to sievert, multiplied by 100. Now I come sievert. Now I can multiply and see what is the probability for this person to get cancer. So this is 0.05 times 0.125. Multiply this. This is how much is this? 625 and 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 0. This is the probability. This is the probability for this person who received this doses to get cancer. This is his probability. We need also to mention very important thing about stochastic effect, cancer or genetic. Stochastic effect diseases, which is cancer or genetic, classified as delay effects. Delay effects. What is the meaning of delay effects? The meaning is this person assume now receive this dose, effective dose. I calculate and get the effective dose. Now this person now subject to probability to get cancer. Okay. Now assume now this person worked only from 1 year ago, start working in radiation field. 1 year ago, start working in radiation field. And unfortunately, he feels some pains and went and say you have cancer, for example. This person has cancer. He has cancer. 1 year only. You start working from 1 year ago only. Can the dose they received during this 1 year result in cancer? No. Cancer is delay effect at least on the average between 10 to 15 years working in radiation. In case if cancer happens as a result of those, will not appear on the average before 10 years. It appears on the average between 10 to 15 years. In case if cancer happens. So this is called delay effect. A person take now his dose, high dose even high dose, get cancer? No. Because cancer needs time to grow, because it's a mutation. This effect called delay effects. Between 10 to 15 years until this illness, this disease appear on the person who is exposed to radiation. I told you, this is like what? This is like driving, stochastic. Can you, as I told you yesterday, can you stop accident in roads? Never, you cannot. But you can make rules and put laws to reduce, not to prevent, to reduce this rate of accident. Okay, to be as in world average rate, at least. So, the same thing here. If a person receives a dose, there is a probability. So try to reduce this amount of dose to be in same risk as any other industry. So they put here limit for dose for this, saying we'll speak about limit in detail. Per year, on the average, 20 millisievert per year. No one take on the average. We'll explain this in detail, but only now is to mention. This is the limit for effective dose for a person who works with radiation source. Don't exceed more than, on the average, 20 millisievert during 1 year working year. So we make limit here to reduce the probability for the workers to very low risk and can be accepted from sociality or from social point of view. The social will accept this. Okay. Now, as I told you, we have the biological effects or diseases. Classified to stochastic effect, this is cancer, or genetic effect. The other one is non-stochastic effects. Any other disease rather than this or non-stochastic or deterministic. Any other disease, any other. Okay. Now, what about this? I controlled this by making limit on the average 20 millisievert. So the probability to get cancer is very low. Very, very, very low. Okay. Now, non-stochastic, for example, blind, for example, redness, vomiting, sterilizing, whatever. Even death, pain in the stomach, whatever, any disease. This now I can verify, cancelled, delayed. I can avoid this to happen 100%. Why? For a person to get any one of this illness, there is a assume, for example, assume redness of skin, as and disease. The skin become red, like burning, like from those. Now, this is non-stochastic effect. This is deterministic effect. I can say it will be done if a person receives a dose, effective dose. If a person receives effective dose, I can say 100% yes, 100% no. There is no probability. I can say yes, 100% yes, 100% no. How? If a person received effective dose, minimum, now this is the minimum, 3 CFR, not milli, 3 CFR, during 2 days. This is called the acute dose. We'll speak about it. But did you see 3 CFR in 2 days? This is the minimum dose for a person who receives to get redness and disease. Minimum dose, 3 CFR in 2 days. This is accident situation. This is happening only in accident. This is not normal. This is accident situation. Now, 3 CFR in 2 days. If a person receives this or higher, 100%, it will get redness. 100%. So now we have a condition now. Really high amount of those accident situation, not normal situation. And also very short period, 2 days, maximum 2 days. 1 hour, 2 hours, one day, whatever, but 2 days. So large amount of dose in very short period of time. This dose, if a person take it, yes, 100% yes. This will happen. If this person receive this, but 1 year, 100% no, 100% no. Why? 1 year. If this person receive 1 CFR, but 1 day, 1 CFR in 1 day, 100% no. So for this illness, this non-stochastic effect, this illness, I can prevent. How? Make a limit less than this. And really, they got limit very low for this. And also, for example, do you know the limit for the skin? Because this is the skin. The limit, we'll speak about limit in detail as I told you. The limit is 0.5 CFR, which is 500 millisiever in 1 year. If a person deal with soft radiation like beta as X-ray, for example, 0.5 CFR. This is why, because the skin, gamma can penetrate the skin, but beta will put all in the skin, or X-ray, soft radiation X-ray, low radiation X-ray, put all in the skin. So what is that limit? 0.5. This is 3. This is 2 days. This is 1 year. So did you see the limit? So now with limits, I will prevent completely stochastic, non-stochastic effect. Peripheral completely will not happen at all, except in accident, something like this in accident. But normal working will not happen at all. But for stochastic, I can't prefer. I will reduce to a certain value can be accepted from the social and working, like any other industry that the community make. So, what is the value that controls this is limit ineffective dose. Put a limit for these effective dose. To reduce the stochastic effect to so very low probability and prevent the non-stochastic effect. Also, if a person exposed to radiation, there are two types of exposures. I mean exposure, not the exposure the Röntgen. No, I mean exposure he received dose, huh? Because exposure now, forget it. This term is not the scientific term. I say exposure meaning he received radiation. He exposed now to radiation. Okay. For us, as a radiation worker, as RSO, we expose to radiation dose classified as chronic exposure. Chronic exposure. What is the meaning of chronic exposure? We receive each day when we use the radiation source, we receive a small amount of doses in long time. We work now for 20 years. We are experienced in 30 years, in 10 years. So each day we get small amount of dose. This is called the chronic dose. Chronic dose. There is another type of exposure which is called acute dose or sharp dose. Or sharp dose. Or sharp exposure. What is the meaning of sharp? In case of accident, the person received high dose in short time. This is accident situation. Person received high amount of dose 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. So in 1 day or 2 days or hours, something like this, he received high amount of dose. This is called acute dose. Acute dose, sharp dose. Our type of exposure is chronic dose, small and longer time. We put limits for us to reduce the probability to get a stochastic effect from this chronic dose. In case of accident, there is another situation. There is another situation. So now, we can distinguish between two things. Acute dose, accident situation, and chronic dose. Small, this is normal working operation. We are exposed to chronic dose. Let's see the slides. But before slides, okay, let's take this example. Assume 1,000 workers working in nuclear facility. And then they are received each one assume received an effective dose, let's say 0.01 C. In each year, So we have 1,000 workers, each one received each year 0.01 CFA. Now, what is the probability, not probability, how many workers will get or will suffer from a stochastic effect? You will say, okay, this effective dose, I need it. And I need in CFA. I have it. 0.01 CFA. Okay, now, how many persons we have? 1,000. Okay, the probability for one person to get cancer is what? Probability to get cancer for one person is, what is the dose he received? 0.01 CFA. Risk factor always constant. This risk factor is always constant. So the probability for one person is 5 10 to power minus 4. This is its probability. 5 10 to minus 4. But we have here 1,000 workers. How many? Now this is probability for one person. Now if I multiply this number of persons, may get a stochastic effect equal. This is the probability for one person. How many persons? 10 to power 3. 10 to power 3. So it's equal 0.5. About, let's say, one person. So this is number. Assume this is 10,000 persons. I will put here 4. So it is 5 persons. If this is 10,000 workers, now 5 persons among this group who received this dose is 5 persons. If they are working for 10 years, what is the total dose? Okay, this is 0.01 times 10. Total dose, the person receives total effective dose. Multiplied by 10,000 multiplied by the risk factor, so we can get during this total. I need total effective dose. Total for persons, total for years. We have examples here in slides. Let's see it to continue. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Let's start from this slide. We have this question. Will any dose received by a person caused cancer and or genetic effects, which is called stochastic effects? These two diseases called stochastic effects. The answer is, it is not a certain. It is not certain, but it is a probable. It is a probability. Can we determine this probability? Yes. How? First, we must know that the probability of causing stochastic effects depend on the organ or tissue who exposed. This is tissue weighting factor. So we need to have the effective dose. So we need to calculate the effective dose. From equivalent, move to the effective. Now, this effective dose is the basic for determining the probability for causing the stochastic effect. Let's take an example. A worker receives the following equivalent dose. Now we received equivalent. This is equivalent doses. 100 millisievert in the lung, 20 millisievert in the thyroid, 800 millisievert in the skin, What is the effective dose that he received? Okay, we have equivalent. We can multiply this by tissue weighting factor. Tissue weighting factor, and make a summation. Okay, effective dose. The first dose is 100 millisievert. 100 millisievert in lung. Okay, what is the effective dose he received due to this equivalent dose? 100. The lung is 0.12. Now this is the effective dose, first effective dose now. I can't say in lung. Effective dose is whole dose, is whole body. But equivalent dose, yes. What is the tissue? Lung. Why? I need the lung radiation weighting factor. This is 0.12 multiplied by the dose. Okay, add the other dose. I told you you can add 20 millisievert in thyroid. What is the tissue weighting factor of thyroid? It is 0.05. The third dose, 20 millisievert, 800 millisievert in skin. This is the 800. The skin is 0.01 tissue weighting factor. Now we can add. It is 21 millisievert. Why millisievert? They say millisievert plus millisievert plus millisievert. So it is millisievert. I told you to get the probability for a cancer for this person. What is the probability of cancer induction? Cancer risk factor is 0.05 sievert minus 1 over sievert. We need to change this 21 millisievert to become sievert. So move this m and put 10 to minus 3. So move this m, this one, remove, and put 10 to minus 3. So it is 21, 10 to minus 3 sievert, which is 0.021 sievert. Multiply this value by, this is the risk factor. This is the probability for this person to get cancer. What does this mean? Put this in fraction form. In fraction form. This will be 105 over 10 over 100,000. Meaning 105 person will get cancer among 100,000 persons if they receive, each one receives this amount of doses. Another example, what is the probability of stochastic effects from 0.08 rad? This is rad. What is this rad? Absorbed dose. So we started from absorbed dose per year of alpha in lung. So now all information I have, quantity, 0.8, and type of radiation, alpha, and tissue, lung, I have. For 30 years, I told you we need to have the total dose, total effective. So you are going to do what? Multiply all this together, 0.8. This is per year, 0.8 times 30. So this is the total absorbed dose during 30 years. During 30 years. Okay, this is absorbed dose now. Multiplied by 20 radiation weighting factor of alpha. This is now equivalent to dose. I started with rad, it will be REM. Multiplied by tissue weighting factor for lung, which is 0.12. Now we have effective dose. In REM, still we used REM because we started with rad. This is the total during 30 years. In fact, you multiply 0.8 times 30 times 20 times 0.12, multiply all this together. Finally, you will have 57.6 REM. So he received total during the 30 years, total effective dose equal 57.6 REM. I need to put in sievert, must be in sievert. So converted this by divided by 100. It is 0.576 sievert. Now I have this value multiplied by 0.05, which is risk factor is 0.051 over sievert. Multiply this. Now this is the probability for this person to get cancer due to this absorbed dose during this 30 years in lung from alpha. Another example. Okay, we have another way to express those. If I say I received, for example, 1 rem, 0.1 cipher, whatever the dose. This is personal dose I received as a person. I received. This is called personal dose. Sometimes we have what is called collective dose. Collective dose. This is now dose for groups. For group. Assume now we are working in facility, nuclear facility, and we are, for example, 100 persons, and each one from us received, assume 1 cipher. Assume 1 cipher. So personal dose is 1 cipher, each one. What is the group dose? Multiply the personal dose multiplied by number of persons. So 1 cipher times 100 persons giving collective dose. Collective dose. Collective dose, what is the unit? Man cipher. So if this example, 250 nuclear workers, each one has give you equivalent dose. Okay, each one personal equivalent dose in lung for each person 60 millisieverts. He asked, what is the collective meaning group now? Collective meaning group. What is the collective equivalent dose? Each person, each worker received 6 millisieverts equivalent dose. So if I multiply this 6 millisievert equivalent dose times 250, I get 1,500 what? Man millisievert. Because each one has 6 millisievert. Man millisievert. Take these 2 units, man and millisievert, both together. Man millisievert. We can say it is 1.5 man sievert. If I move this m divided by 1,000, it is 1.5 man sievert. This is what? Collective equivalent dose, because I say each one receive equivalent dose. So this group, collective equivalent dose of this group in lung is 1.5 man sievert. Let's say this example also. Assume I say 250 nuclear workers. Each one receive effective dose, 6 millisievert. You will say collective effective dose. When I say effective, don't mention tissue. This is whole body. If I mention tissue, this is equivalent dose. If I mention tissue, this is equivalent dose. Tissue and say sievert or rem. So now, if each person received effective dose 6 millisievert, I will say collective effective dose, and the same 1.5 man sievert also. To finalize the type of doses, we will make now a summary in the board for this type of doses. With an exam, may you find asking about the unit. Okay, dose, absorbed dose. SI, grade. Traditional. Equivalent dose. If I use gray, sievert. If I use drag, rem. Effective dose. Sievert. Rem. Depends on, I started with this because effective is equivalent times each weighting factor. Okay. Now, For this dose, I must mention tissue and radiation types. Why? So I can give this. Now, in equivalent dose, I must say this dose and dimension tissue. Here, nothing. This is whole body. This whole body. So, dose, gray or red, and dimension with this value, tissue and radiation. For equivalent, Sievert and REM, you must say tissue, which the tissue receives this equivalent dose. Effective, no at all. Don't say anything about it at all. Tissue or radiation. This is whole body. In exam, if he say a person received, assume a person received 2.2 Sievert, 0.2 Sievert. What is the probability to get cancer? 0.2 Sievert, there is no anything, okay. 0.2 Sievert, now we speak about Sievert. Maybe this and this, maybe this and this, because Sievert. But he didn't mention tissue. This is effective dose. This is effective dose. If an exam say a person received 0.2 Sievert in lung, what is the probability to get cancer? He mentioned tissue. This is equivalent dose. So in case if he didn't mention tissue, consider the whole body effective. If he mentioned tissue, it must be equivalent dose. Okay. Now, this is dose, equivalent, effective. We have now collective, maybe absorbed or equivalent or effective. What does this mean? This is personal dose. Now I can say collective absorbed dose, collective equivalent dose, collective effective dose. Okay, if a person receives a dose, assume 1 gray in lung from alpha. They are 100%. Multiply this 1 gray by 100, you will get collective absorbed dose. What is the unit here for collective absorbed dose? It is man gray or man red. Man gray, when I say man, this is collective. Equivalent, man Sievert or man REM. In SI unit, man Sievert. In traditional unit, man REM. A collective, effective, 100% received the effective dose. 1 Sievert. What is the collective, effective dose? Man Sievert also. Man Sievert or man REM as in traditional unit. So if I didn't mention man, this is personal. If I say man, this is collective. In one exam, they say the dose, the absorbed, the collective absorbed dose, collective absorbed dose. What is the unit of collective absorbed dose in traditional unit? Collective absorbed dose. Collective man, directly. Absorbed dose in traditional rat. So it is man rat. Man rat. Okay. This is the different type of dose. Personal or group, collective. The difference only between them, man, not man. Now, we have another way also to express the dose. If the dose is the source outside, so I expose the radiation from outside, or I get inside my body by eating, drinking, breathing, radioactive material. So the source is now inside. Source is now inside. We call this dose, as we said. We call this committed. committed dues. Committed only mean internal, no more, no less. So when I hear committed, meaning this is internal exposure. Committed, collective, absorbed dues, committed no more than internal exposure. Collective man, absorbed gray. So committed only give you an indication that it is from inside. From inside. I eat or breathe or drink some radioactive material. So committed with when you listen to it, it is internal. There is no committed. A collective absorbed dues, this is external. In case if I need to mention, to refer for internal, I want committed. To give you an indication, it is internal. So we have some words that give you specific meaning. Collective meaning group. Committed meaning internal. Collective dues. What is the collective effective dues of the world population for 1 year? Okay. Remember in the first day I told you any element with greater than, atomic number greater than 82, greater than lead. All these elements, not isotopes, all the isotopes, the element, all the isotopes of any element, radioactive. So you cannot find, for example, uranium at all. You cannot find uranium in this crust of Earth stable. No, at all. Why? Because this is 92, greater than 82, radioactive. We have two isotopes of uranium, 235, 238, radioactive. Radium, you will not find any radium. Any radium is stable. No, it's greater than 82 atomic number. So it is radioactive. It is radioactive. So now, in the crust of Earth, there are some radioactive elements. It emits radiation. We are exposed to this radiation. There are radiation come from the outer space, from some outer space. Okay. Also, man exposed to this. In this air around us, we have radon gas. Radon gas. This radon is radioactive. So we live in bath of radiation. We covered with homogeneous field of radiation. So we received each year, on the average, each year, any person in this planet, in the surface of Earth, received on the average 3.6 millisievert effective dose. Effective dose, because we receive from all part. So we have 3.6 millisievert effective dose on the average. So now, average dose, effective dose, average effective dose from all sources around us, we call this background radiation level. Background radiation level. 3.6 millisievert per year. So each one receives this amount, 3.6 millisievert. There are some persons living, for example, in India, Brazil, there are some places, the average effective dose for them about 10 millisievert, 10 millisievert, greater than 3 times than the normal or the average world effective dose, about 10 millisievert. And if we make a study about the cancer, for example, there, the same ratio of cancer there is the same ratio of cancer in any place. There is no any increase in the disease of cancer. Among this group who receive about 10 millisievert, living normal. They are normal living. There is no radiation source, but they live in places with high concentration of some mining of uranium, for example. So they now working, they now living 24 hours, 7 days, for many years in this area. Now, there is increase in the stochastic effect cancer those groups of people? No, at all. Same like the other areas. So, I ask you, what is the collective effective dose? Each person received on the average 3.6. How many persons of the population of this world? Let's say 6,000 million, 6 billion person. Multiply the personal dose for this number of groups, which is 6 billion. Now, this is in milli. I put in sievert, for example. Now it is 21.6 10 to the power 6 man sievert. So each year, the population on this earth received this amount of collective effective dose. Collective because this is man and this is effective sievert. Okay. Okay, summary. Absorbed dose, go to equivalent dose, go to the effective dose, go to the collective dose when multiplied by the number of groups. Now, we have, as I told you, two different types of doses or exposures. This is if the source inside, in accident, for example, explosion happened, for example, for Chernobyl. Now, a lot of particles in air, radioactive materials, like iodine is a gas. And there are some particles dispersed in air, I breathe. I cannot stop to eat, for example, I can stop to drink, but I cannot stop to breathe. So now, in the accident site, I get radioactive inside my body. So now, this is called internal radiation. If the source is out, it is external radiation. We call this internal committed dose. Or sometimes we say intake. We get intake. We receive intake. So intake or committed are the same meaning. As we say here, committed equivalent dose. What is the meaning of committed? Committed internal. Equivalent, sievert or rem. And you must specify particular organ. Committed effective dose, meaning what committed? A person get dose from inside. This is the only meaning of this word, committed. Internal. Because I can't escape from this. It will be with me 24 hours. This is radioactive. But for external, if I leave the site of sources, there is no any dose. But committed meaning it will be with me always. Within my body. Now, we need also to speak about this term to finish and finalize the subject about doses. Term. Okay, for the persons who work in calibration labs, they used instead of dose in calibration only, calibration lab, used another way to express about dose, which is KERMA, kinetic energy released per unit mass. What is the difference between this term, KERMA, this quantity, and dose? In dose, we say energy released per unit mass. Energy released or absorbed or deposited per unit mass. But we have here kinetic energy. This is the difference between dose and the KERMA. We will not speak about KERMA at all. We don't use KERMA in our application. This is only for research purposes. Research and especially for calibrations. In calibration, you use the KERMA. So now, only in exam, if he comes bring something like this in KERMA, he will ask about two things only. What is the unit? And for which radiation we use the KERMA. This Kerma unit, I told you, it is energy, kinetic energy, another form of energy, but energy still joule, kinetic energy, or thermal energy, or whatever the energy, it is joule. So it is joule per unit mass, joule per kilogram, joule per kilogram, it is gray. So the unit is gray. Like those, I told you, this is another way to express something about those, but in different words. And this is for calibration, we don't speak about it. So now, what is the unit of Kerma? Gray. Gray, like those. Okay. Now, we used this only, this term Kerma instead of those, only for neutron, X, gamma. Only for neutron and the X-ray and gamma ray, only. Remember, this radiation is what? This radiation is ionizing radiation, but ionizing radiation, like alpha and beta, ionizing radiation, but has no charge. Alpha has charge, beta has charge. Now, neutron, no charge. X, no charge. Electrical charge. Gamma, no charge. Only this Kerma applied for indirectly ionizing radiation. Indirect ionizing radiation. What is the mean indirect? Indirect meaning has no charge. Direct meaning has charge. So direct ionizing radiation is alpha and beta. Indirect ionizing radiation is gamma X neutron. Only Kerma used to express doses in calibration lab, to calibrate your survey meter, they will use the Kerma. So now, Kerma is a term used only for gamma X neutron, and the unit is gray. No more, no less. No more, no less. If an exam comes, it will be by this way. What is the unit? And which radiations we use this Kerma for it? Only for gamma, X, and neutron. So now we finished from all ways to express about doses. As I told you, dose, absorbed dose, equivalent, effective, then collective. Absorbed, collective, equivalent, collective, effective, or committed, internal. Kerma is a term used in calibration labs and used only for neutrons, gamma, X, indirect ionizing radiation, and the unit is gray. Now, let's speak about now the limits. This is your guide now to say I am working in safe working conditions or no. You must use this limits and apply it in your work. Let's speak about the limit, inshallah, after a break for 15 minutes. Let's say we return, inshallah, 10:30 to speak about the limits. 10:30.
دكتور السلام عليكم.
السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
صباح الخير، عبد الرحمن القحطاني.
أهلا وسهلا عبد الرحمن.
الله يحييك. About the collective dose, is there any short
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Now we are going to study the dose limits. Dose limits. We have three types of dose limits. The first one is occupational dose limits, worker dose limit. We are workers. We are using radioactive source in our field, in our work. So we are classified as occupational dose limits. Our limits are occupational dose limits. We have another limit for trainees and students. they have other limits to deal with radioactive source. Also, public, we have limits for public. If we started with the occupational dose limit, workers dose limits, the limit say the following: 100 millisievert in 5 years, consecutive 5 years, with the further provisions that in any single year the effective dose should not exceed 50 millisievert. Again, 100 millisievert in 5 consecutive years, with the further provision that in any single year the effective dose should not exceed 50 millisievert. Okay, if I say 100 millisievert in 5 consecutive years, the average dose in each year is average effective dose is 20 millisievert per year. Is 20 millisievert per year. Let's continue with the limit. This is the limit for effective dose. Effective dose. What is the meaning of effective dose? Whole body dose. Whole body dose. Okay. So it is on the average 20 millisievert. Why on the average? I say 100 millisievert in 5 years. Can be 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 5 years 100, or 30, 30, 20, 10, 10, still 100. We say on the average, and this is the best way to distribute it, 20 millisievert per year. Okay, this is effective dose. Now, for skin of whole body, not a skin of hand or feet, no, skin of whole body, skin. 500 millisievert per year. Now, 500 millisievert per year for skin. This is what? Effective or equivalent dose? This effective or equivalent?
Equivalent.
It is equivalent. Why? I say skin. So it is equivalent dose. So I will say the dose limit for skin equivalent to dose limit. So when I say skin equivalent to dose limit of skin, 500 millisievert in year. All our limits per year, annual limit. Okay, this is for skin. For extremities, this green bar, this extremities, 500 millisievert per year. So skin equivalent dose 500. Equivalent dose for extremities 500. Now for limbs. When I say limbs and say sievert or millisievert, equivalent dose also. So limbs of eyes 150 millisievert per year. This is the occupational dose limits. Occupational dose limit. As radiation protection officer, this is my tools to judge about the work. So I must memorize these numbers. On the average 20 millisievert per year. Effective dose. Equivalent dose now. For skin, 500. For extremities, 500. For limbs, 150. Milli. All are millisievert. Millisievert. Okay. Now, let's share together this file. Insert, I will insert now table. Let's insert this table. Let's say this is 2010. This is 2010. This is 2011. This is 2012. This is 2013, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Assume this is I started working in 2010 in this field, variation field. Now, I told you the limit is annual limit. So in 2020, still we didn't finish 2020. So let's see what happened during the 2010, 11, 12, up to 19. Assume I received now this dose, effective dose. Now, let's say I received now 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20. Now, if I receive, this is, I'm not writing here the limit. I'm not writing here the limit. I receive this 20. Now, if I receive by this way, now I get exactly the limit. I didn't exceed the limit. I am working according to the regulations. So each year I get 20. Now, any 5 years, if you count now, any 5 years, this is for 5 years, for example, 5 years, I didn't exceed 100. The limit say don't exceed 100 in 5 consecutive years. If I started here, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, this is 100. I didn't exceed the limit. If I started from here to here, I didn't exceed any limit. It is less than 100. And from here to here, I didn't exceed 100. Also, I didn't exceed any year here 50. All these are below 50. All these are below 50. Okay, now I will change now situation. Let's say I get, for example, 15 here. Now, let's say this is 25. Let's say this is 30. Let's say, this is now 40, 70. Let's say 10. Let's say 5. Okay. And let's say this 25. This is 25. This is 30. This is 30. This is 20. Assume I receive this personal dose. Okay. 15, 25, 30, 10, 5, 25, 25, 30, 30, 20. What do you think about this? The dose limit say don't exceed more than 100 during 5 years. Let's see. Take any 5 years, any consecutive 5 years. I will start from here. 15, 25, 30, 10, 5. This 5 years this is 40, 70, 80, 85. Okay, I'm working during these years. Excellent. Also, I didn't find here any year greater than 50. This is another condition, must be no any year exceed 50. Okay, I will start from here. Let's take 5 years here. Now, this is 5 years. Let's count. This is now 25, 25, 50. And this is 40, this is 95. Okay, this year is good also for me to work. I didn't exceed 100 per 5 years. I didn't exceed any year does not exceed more than 50. I am working according to regulation. Okay, here, I will start it from here. Let's say, okay, now, this is 50. This is also the same, 95. I'm working according to regulation. Here, from here to here, the same thing. I am not exceed the limit. No greater than 100 during these 5 years. No any year with 50. Now, take this. Now, let's see what happened here. 5, 25, 30. This is 55. 55 with 30 is 85. 85 with 30? No, this is not acceptable at all. Why? I exceed now 100 during 5 years. I exceed now all this year up to here, up to here, up to here, up to here. I'm working any 5 years, any collective of 5 years. In this area, I am working correct. But I came in this year, and now if I add this year, this one which was this red, now 30, 30, 60, and this is now greater than 100. So now this is not acceptable. What is the situation really that must be done? In this year 17, I say for you, now, in the year 14, 15, 16, 17, you received 85. You received here 85. As a radiation protection officer, I will control this dose to not exceed here greater than 50. This 30 years, in year 18, this year 18, I must, when the end of the year of 17, this 2017, I must now control your dose not exceed more than 15 in this 2018. So now, this is wrong. This is a mistake from the radiation protection officer that he allowed for me to work without control. Why? In this year, I must not exceed than 15. And if now take this 5 years, the situation is worse now. Now I put myself in so complicated situation. I must go from 5 years below, 5 years above, 5 years. So to solve this problem, we say, take the average. Take the average. Say 20 millisieverts per year to avoid problems like this. To avoid problem like this. Did you see this years? This years, I need to go to the, when I work and this started 2018, I need to know the history here. So now I can control this 15, 15, less than. And in 2019, the situation is more complicated. So now, to avoid this problem and to make the work smoothly, why we don't say on the average 20, don't exceed that 20. If you count from here to here, from here to here, from any place to other place, forward, backward, whatever, always you are less than 100 millisievert. So we will adopt 20 millisievert as limit to avoid this disturbance. So now our limit that we will adopt now 20 millisievert per year. But we know this is what? This is the average dose limit. And we will make it in practical situation the limit to avoid situation like this years. Okay. Also, now assume, let's now make something like this. Now, if I make 20, this is the limit now. 20. If you move in any way, you cannot count more than 100. And there is no any years here greater than 20, not exceed 50. The limit say don't exceed in one single year 50. Let's make a theoretical situation. Theoretical, it's only theoretical one. Assume this is 10. This is 5. This is 5. And also this is 5. That's good. Now this year now. Assume this year 50. What do you think about this from the theoretical point of view? 10, 5, 5, 5. This is now 25. With 70, with 50 is 75. As a regulation, okay, accept it. Less than 100, and there is no any year exceed than 50. No, exceed than 50. Now let's make this situation. Assume this now 1. This is assume 1. This is assume 1. 1 millisievert. 1 millisievert. I put here 51. It's less than 100. Very low here. I can't accept also this. By regulation, I can't. Why? Now there is a year here exceed 50. There is a year here exceed 50. Cannot accept it. This is violation for the regulations. Now you break the regulation. So the regulation say 100 during 5 consecutive years. Any consecutive year, you go from this side or from this side, any consecutive years must not exceed than 100. And no any year, only 1 year, only 1 year can reach to maximum 50. Only 1 year. Okay, let's say something that theoretical also. Theoretical. Let's say theoretical. 0, 0, 0. Now, assume 50. Assume 50. Now, you are 100, not greater than 100. But as you see, I can't accept this. Why? Because we have 2 years reach to 50. I say only 1 year. Only 1 year can reach to 50. So, because we have 2 years, I can't accept this. I can accept this, for example, now assume 30, 40, 45, no problem. Because only here I list that, assume this is theoretical, to exceed only the limits. So let's say only 1 year can reach to 50, maximum. And the total is 100. If you apply this by this way, you are working according to regulations. But as you see in the previous, I need to go 5 years from here, 5 years in the future taking the care. 5. So now I need to put my eyes something like this. To avoid this, let's say 20 millisievert. Now you will be sure that no any year greater than 50, and also no any 5 consecutive year greater than 100. So we will adopt 20 millisievert per year as our limit to make the work easily and smoothly. Easily and smoothly. In case if you increased in 1 year than 20 and less than 50, now you don't violate the regulation, but now you need to put your eyes on this person during the 5 consecutive years that come, because now he has, for example, in 1 year, assume he working here 10, he working here 10, he working here 10, he working here, for example, 45. Assume 45. Now take care about this person. It is not like the other workers. Why? Now this year, which is 45, you must know, must not exceed here greater than how much? This is 30, this is now
25.
Now it's how much is this now? 15. Must not exceed than 15, right? Must not exceed than 15. If I say the limit is 20, it is not correct here in this year for this person. For this person. Now his limit here, it is not 20. No, it is 15. To not exceed. And also take care. You must take care about this 3 years also. You must take care about this year, the 3 years also. It is not 20. Now you complicate now the situation. We now complicate it. We didn't take care. We didn't exceed the limits. Limit 100, 5 years, not exceed 1 year, 50. We didn't exceed, but take care. You need to put your eyes on this person during this 4 years. This and this and this and this. In 14, 15, 16, 17. Because now he has 1 year which has 45. To avoid this complication, let's say 20. Now you catch the concept. You catch the concept. In case of you found person like this person now has a special case. You need to deal with him not as 20 millisievert per year as an average. No, less than. Less. Because now the remainder now is 55. You must distribute 55 here. 55 must be distributed here. Take care about this. So now we get the concept now. 100, 5 years, 100 millisievert, 5 years, no 1 year, 550. And the best way to 20, 20, 20, 20, and we will adopt this. Return back now to the regulation. Okay, effective 20 millisievert per year. Skin, extremities, length equivalent use, 500, 500, 150. In the book, you have the book. We send the book for you. Okay. If the book, for the basic principle, this file. In the book, you will find this 20. In the book, you will find this 150, 20 millisievert. Instead of 150, you will find 20. Really, the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, make a recommendation for ice to be 20. There are a recommendation from International Atomic Energy Agency saying put the limit for length 20. Here in Saudi Arabia now, here until now, Saudi Arabia, the regulation body, which is in the RRC, take care in the previous, till now does not adopt this limit. So the limit until now here is 150 millisievert equivalent dose for length of ice. So forget 20 which is written in the book. We will apply 150. We will apply 150. Officially until now this 20 does not take approve. 150. Last thing. Do you know that in USA, in America, the limit for effective dose is 50. In USA is 50 till now. 50 general. Any year 50. 50. This is the limit. There is no 100 in 5 years. No. One word. Effective dose limit is 50 millisievert per year. But we here adopt 20 millisievert per year. So we are working in safer conditions than the workers who work in USA. It's here 20 millisievert per year. Now, let's go to the other limit, training and students' dose limits. As a regulation, no one can be classified as radiation workers, and the limits for occupational apply for him unless his age is 18 years old at least. So this limit that we studied occupational for persons who has age at least 18. So any person less than 18 I will not apply this limits. But there are some persons, like students in university, for example, using radioactive source for research, for teaching, for learning. The students maybe less than 18. Okay, we have a limit for them. Sometimes persons get training. I need now training for nuclear gauges. Okay, and after the training, maybe I will be a radiation worker, or maybe I will find another work. So I will work and leave this radiation work. So now there are some person get training to get opportunity for job. And maybe now he get training, but he found another opportunity and he will not work. So for the students and for trainees and the students, we have another limit. But take care. This is valid for trainees and students with ages not less than 16. So the minimum age here is 16. Any students less than 16 cannot make the activity with a radioactive source. No, any person less than 16 can do any activity with radioactive source. So the minimum is 16. As a student, for example. Okay? Now, if it is 16, now, and the students or trainee, this is the limit now. So we reduce the 18 to become 16 now in this case. Now, effective dose, 6 millisievert per year. Instead of 20, now it's 6. Skin and extremities, instead of 500, it become 150. For length of eyes, 50. Instead of 150, it become 50. So this is the limits for trainees and students. Now, for public now, whole body, 1 millisievert. Whole body meaning this part, this part. This is the whole body. Because the origin that is more sensitive, most the origin concentrated in this area. So now this is the whole body for us, this one, from knee up to the head. Whole body, 1 millisievert per year. 1 millisievert per year. Skin and extremity, 50 millisievert per year. Length, 15 millisievert per year. Really, this whole body is 5 millisievert in 5 consecutive years. And it can reach up to 2 in 1 year only. So to avoid this, we say average is 1 millisievert, and we adopted 1 millisievert there in Saudi Arabia as limit. 1 millisievert per year. This is public. Any person less than 16 years old is public. Any person less than 16 is public. You cannot consider them trainees or occupational. Never. Any person less than 16. Between 16, okay, I can get right now, deal with radioactive source as a student. And the limit for student and trainees, the same. 6 millisievert effective, 150 for skin, 150 for extremities, and 50 for lens. For worker is different. So we have now 3 different limits: public, student and trainees, and occupational workers. Now we have a special case here for occupational. Pregnant women. For example, in nuclear medicine, there are doctors. In reactors, there are some women. In the nurse for the hospital, which for X-ray, is now radiation worker. They are classified as radiation worker. For man and men, the same goes limit. But in case of pregnant woman, now situation is different. Situation is different for pregnant. Why? Because we have now fetus. This baby is public now. Now, for pregnant woman, the pregnant woman limits, extremities, skin, eyes, the same. For pregnant woman, extremities, skin, length of eyes, the same. 500 skin, 500 extremity, millisievert, of course, per year, and length 150. Now, for effective, now this is the abdomen area. Now it included in where? Included in this effective dose, because this is the effective dose limit here. Now for effective dose, what is the limit for public? 1 millisievert. 1 millisievert. Now, this baby now inside the abdomen. So, internal, if we get internal dose, committed dose, internal effective dose, 1 millisievert. So, in the exposure or dose for pregnant woman, the limit, as you see, except for effective dose, internal effective dose, committed effective dose, 1 millisievert. And if the exposure in whole body, now 1 millisievert in the area of abdomen here, and 1 millisievert for the rest, meaning if the dose limit is for pregnant women, the exposure of the dose outside external, it can receive 2 millisievert in this area, 2 millisievert in this area, with one condition, not exceed than 1 millisievert in the abdomen, in the surface of the skin of the abdomen. So here, 1 millisievert always. If external, I can take 2 millisievert, but here in this area, not more than 1 millisievert. If it is internal, now 1 millisievert committed, effective dose. So I will repeat it for the pregnant woman. Pregnant woman dose limit. Equivalent dose limit the same. Like in innovation work. The difference now in effective dose. Effective dose. If it is internal, committed, effective dose 1 millisievert, like public. If it is external dose, 2 millisievert, effective dose, with the condition not greater than 1 millisievert in the surface of abdomen. So this is the limits now for all, for the workers, for the pregnant women, which are classified in the previous as a worker, not any pregnant woman, the woman who is working as a patient worker. And now for students and trainees and for public, these limits you must apply it. There is no any excuse to say, okay, I exceed, but it was not in purpose. This limit is limited. No way to violate, no way to break down. For example, you can say, okay, I have, for example, 100 millisievert per year, 5 years. So it will be 40, 20, and stop working in this number 4 and 5 years. So 40, 20, 100, stop working now. No, this is not the limit. I say 100 millisievert in 5 years. You get 100 in 3 years. Must 3 in 5 years. You can say, okay, 50, for example, you can say 50, let's say no, not 50. Okay, 20, 20, 20, 20, 21. 20, 20, 20, 20, 21. And I will give him a bonus. This worker will take a bonus, 10,000 riyal. This person will take a bonus, three months vacation. You can't do this. You can't substitute. You can't substitute against exceeding the limits. Limit is limit. Don't think in any other way to overcome this value. Must be taken in your account. I say this why? Because I found practically. Okay, he takes this, but in next week, in next year, I will stop. This is not in your hand. This is not in your hand. Now you must follow the limit now. Don't say in the future. I can't say, for example, okay, now the speed limit is 120 kilometers per hour. And now I drive 140 kilometers per hour. But I will say for the policeman, okay, excuse me, okay, I will move, I will travel every day, inshallah, with 80 kilometers per hour. In the next, I will be 80 kilometers per hour. This is not an excuse. You now violate the limit, you must pay penalty. The penalty is maybe take care, or in our RC now, hang your license or cancel your license because this is a limit. You must follow. Now, as we said before, we have two types of exposure. When I say exposure, I don't mean this Rontgen and no, exposure meaning receive dose, because just I give it for you in the first day, okay, forget now. Exposure here meaning receive dose, okay. Type of receiving doses. Okay, now we have, as I told you, two different types, acute dose and chronic dose. Acute dose meaning what? Large radiation dose in short period of time. This is the definition. So in exam, he say, what is the type of dose that represent large amount in short period of time? This is the definition of acute dose. Acute meaning sharp. Now, in which situation we can receive this acute dose? Only in accident situations. Accidents. For example, I am a radiographer working with the camera. Now, I try to return back the source through the crank this now, return, and stuck. The source is stuck in the guide tube. So I try to return the source back, but the source is stuck. Now, this is now an emergency situation. If I didn't deal with this situation in good manner, according to procedure, I will receive acute dose. And we will see this, inshallah, tomorrow when we make calculations. Acute dose. This is an emergency situation. Assume accident, traffic accident. A car or vehicle has radioactive source and turned it over in the road, for example. And the source is now distributed in the road and broken. Now, this is now accident. I will get acute dose if I didn't work according to regulations or safety procedure to deal with this situation. Person get acute dose. So in accident situation, this is the type of doses, acute dose. Now, for acute dose, if a person receive acute dose, again, large amount, short period of time. This is two together. Don't say large amount of dose and stop. Must be in short time. Maybe person take large amount, but for long time. This is not acute dose. So two conditions, large amount and short period. Now, if a person take acute dose, I observe by my eyes some symptoms on him. Maybe he will get vomiting, or tired, or hair loss, this hair loss, or this skin become red, or brown even, like burning. If he received acute dose, I will observe, I can observe directly. This is called Brombit effect, meaning I will see directly on him, on this person who exposed. Acute dose, I can observe after this exposure, I can observe some medical symptoms. Maybe you find him tired, vomiting. I observe now. This is only in acute dose. Only in acute dose. Large amount in short period. Okay? And cannot be having a certain disease, for example, cannot be having until the dose that he received, the acute dose, reach to minimum value. Threshold value. There is a minimum value. Below this value, there is no any observation. I will not see any observation of this person. He is normal person. Just he received this minimum or greater, now I will observe. For example, I will give you an example. We have what is called radiation sickness, radiation illness, radiation disease. What is this radiation sickness or disease? The symptoms of radiation illness or disease is nausea, vomiting, hair loss, fatigue, tired. If you find a person in excellent situation, if you find a person started to vomiting, cannot stand as a result of those, you must know that this person receive an acute dose at least something between 1 and 2. It depends on that if it is man or woman. It determines it's children or young or adult. It depends on this is old man or young man. This depends on its health. Maybe he's sick, normally he's sick, or maybe health. So it's something between 1 and 2. Let's say, take the maximum 2. If a person receive 2 Sievert in 2 days, 2 Sievert in 2 days, our limit is 20 millisievert in year, 20 millisievert in year, this is our limit. Or 500 millisievert skin in year, or extremities 500 millisievert in year, eyes 150 millisievert in year. I say 2 sievert, not milli, 2 sievert in 2 days, maximum 2 days. This person, you will find this person vomiting directly. So if you find the person start vomiting, you say he get radiation illness, radiation sickness, and the dose he take at least 2 Sievert acute dose, 2 Sievert acute dose. Okay, if a person assume the person take half Sievert acute dose, our limit is 20 millisievert. If he received 500 millisievert acute dose, there is no radiation illness. No radiation illness. Why? Because this 0.5 sievert is less than the limit threshold. Less than 2. So there is no any vomiting, no hair loss, no fatigue, no any symptoms of radiation illness. Why? It's a big amount of dose, acute, but less than the threshold. Less than the threshold. So, I will observe some symptoms on the surface, on the person who received acute dose, and this acute dose must be at least the threshold value. Another example, redness of skin. If a person take a dose in skin, what is the threshold minimum? 3 Sievert in 2 days. 3 Sievert in 2 days. If he received one fever, there is no redness. This is called erythema. Erythema meaning redness of skin. Now, erythema threshold is 3. Fever during 2 days. Acute dose. Acute dose. Acute dose. This is the erythema. Now, if a person take one fever in 3 days or in 2 days, one fever, there is no any erythema. No. Why? Because it's lower than the limit. This is the limit. This is the threshold, 3. Now we received 3, but during 1 week, no erythema. No erythema. It must be during short period, maximum 2 days. So now, if I received 3 in 2 days, 3 fever. Now we reach to the threshold. Now, you will observe his skin get red. Now, if he received 5 greater than the threshold, 5 fever in 2 days. Now, it will not be red, it will be brown. Severity, hardness, severity of the disease become high. Severity of the disease become high. So, in case if the person take greater than the threshold, the severity, the pain, the damage become so high. So, severity increase with increasing the dose. Severity increased with the dose after the limit threshold. So now, this is the dose I received. This is threshold. There is no any symptoms. Just to the limit, now it appears. Above the threshold, now the severity, pain will be greater, high. The damage, even by medical treatment, the damage cannot be repaired. Severity become high. If a person, for example, assume 10 fever in his skin in 2 days, this skin will be black, burned completely, damaged completely. No way to repair. By medical, no way. But if he received just 3, now it become redness. With some medical care, yes, you can improve the situation. Greater than this, higher than the threshold, severity become higher. So, this is a stochastic effect? No, this is not a stochastic. This is not probability. It will be done just to receive. Will not done when you are below. There is no probability. Yes or no. Yes, if reach to the threshold and greater. No, if less than threshold. For a stochastic effect, stochastic, cancer and genetic, it is probability. Now, if the effective dose become high, probability become high. Remember when I say 0.05 times the effective dose, the probability increased by increasing the effective dose. Probability become low when I reduce the effective dose. So now, for a stochastic effect, the probability increased by increasing dose. There is no meaning for severity here. Severity meaning there is no something, say cancer good, cancer bad, cancer pain, cancer without pain. No. There is no severity. We say for stochastic, probability increased as the effective dose the person received increased. Probability for cancer or genetic effects decrease with decreasing. So it's probability, not severity. Not severity, probability. Can I prevent 100% stochastic effect? I can't. I reduce probability. For non-stochastic effect, I can prevent the diseases. How? Make the limit lower than the threshold. Now I prevent. Now, it is a probability, it is not a probability. The severity now increasing with the dose. Severity, not probability. Severity increased by increasing the dose above the threshold. If a person takes the threshold, some medical care can solve this problem. If we get more than this minimum, medical care even cannot. Why? Because severity become high. Severity increase. So now, this is the acute dose. Example, accident exposure to sealed sources, like the stuck the source in that tube, for example, or traffic accidents. Now the other dose, type of dose is chronic dose. All of us exposed to this chronic dose. All of us. Even all the people in this earth, we exposed to background radiation. Very little amount for long time. All our life we get dose from background. This is chronic dose. Small amount, long time. Our work, normal, not accident, normal operation work, we are exposed to chronic dose. We take doses, small doses, for all our working life. So I working, for example, 30 years experience. Through the 30 years experience, I get doses, little amount for 30 years. This is chronic dose. This is chronic dose. So chronic dose is small radiation dose received over long period of time. Chronic dose can make deterministic effect, non-stochastic effect, redness, for example, at all, never, at all. Why? It's low, very, very low than the threshold. So chronic dose, you will not observe any symptoms in the person who get chronic dose. You cannot observe. And the chronic dose can lead only to a stochastic effect. Probability to get a stochastic effect. But for non-stochastic, never can do. Never. Because it's lower than the threshold. Lower so much than the threshold. Okay. Small radiation doses received over a long period of time, body more easily repair damage from chronic dose, does not usually result in observable effects. Example, background radiation and internal radiation. If I take, for example, from the background, we have radon here, and I breathe. This is very low doses, chronic dose, for long life, for all my life. Okay, and our work also in under normal condition is chronic dose. In chronic dose, the effect is delay. No cancer before at least 10 years. At least 10 years. And this probability. But for athlete brombit, I will say directly, brombit meaning early, observe early the symptoms. I will find some symptoms for this person who received acute dose. For example, if a worker, you are a patient protection officer now, and worker came for you, saying, today I went to the site and I worked, but just I started working, and after 1 hour I feel vomiting, I feel tired. I think this is from the dose that I receive. You will say no, cannot. You are working according to the procedure, safety procedure. You will say yes. Okay. This will not happen at all from the dose that you receive. You receive the chronic dose, very small amount. And to feel tired, vomiting, this is radiation illness. This meaning that you receive 2 severe during this period. You are working how much? 2 hours, 3 hours? This meaning you receive 2 severe. Cannot. Yes, I believe you that you have some problem vomiting, tired, but this is not from dose. Maybe you ate something contaminated, you didn't sleep well, maybe you have other source, other reason, not the dose, not the dose, not the dose. Okay. Stochastic effect. Stochastic effects are associated with long-term low-level chronic exposure. So stochastic come only from chronic exposure. Cancer or hereditary diseases, which mean genetic effects in the next generation. There is no threshold. You can't say after a certain dose, effective dose, person can get cancer. No, at all. Any dose, whatever the lower the dose, it has a probability to get cancer. Why? Because if this is low effective dose multiplied by 0.05, you get a number for probability. Yes, it's a very, very small number, but it is not zero. So we cannot say we can say there is no threshold for the effect to be observed. Like for the stochastic effect, risk proportional to dose. Yes, of course, if I get more dose, the risk become high, probability become high. Non-stochastic. Now we speak about not probability, severity. Severity of the result is related to dose, usually high dose. Severity meaning, you are now greater than the minimum with this threshold. Generally related to large dose over short time, acute exposure. Like what? Any disease rather than cancer, genetic effects classified as non-stochastic. Erythema, cataract, sterility. Sterility, 3 CFR during 2 days. Cataract, 5 CFR during 2 days. 5 CFR. One to have problem in his eyes. This is 5 CFR in here. In short period, 2 days, 3 days maximum. 5 CFR. Erythema, 3 CFR. Acute dose. Let's take this table as a reference for us. Now, as you see here, I put gray. As you see here, I put gray. From scientific point of view, it must be gray, not CFR. Must be gray, not CFR. Because CFR is used as a concept for radiation protection. But in acute dose, now our body received a huge amount of dose in shorter period, so the damage of the cells is so large and greater than the capability of the body to repair. So now I speak about amount of energy. There is no now meaning for the type of source. Then there is no meaning for the type of tissue. So the amount of energy. Why? Because now there is no any effective radiation, but this amount of energy make a huge damage that body cannot repair himself. But for radiation protection, now I give the body time, low dose, so our body can repair. Like what? Like if I cut my hand, for example, by a knife, small cut like this. After 1 week with some medical care, the skin will return back. How it return back? Because our body receives its own system to repair this damage. So my system repair, the body has a repairing system for this damage. Why? Because the damage was, the amount of damage is low and is under the capability. The body has capability to repair this amount. But now, if assume if one with the knife cut his hand like this, now this system now cannot repair itself, because now this is beyond the capability of repairing system. So really, we need to put here gray. But take care, in exam, they put these values in CFR. So consider this is as CFR. This is why I say take it in Sievert, because in exam give you this value in Sievert, and we will see now how. We will see now how. But from scientific point of view, it must be gray. This is only for your information. For your information. In case of accident, don't ask. It is neutron, it is gamma, it is alpha. Don't ask about this. If in accident, we speak about what is the dose he received, dose, not effective dose. In accident. But in exam, when you give you values, give you in zero. And this is wrong. This is wrong. It must be gray. But this is only for your information. So in accident, don't say it is gamma, it is beta, it is alpha. For evaluation, an accident, don't ask about the type of source. Ask about what is the dose that he received. Okay? So now, let's start from here. This is acute, as you see here. This is the acute dose. If a person receives acute 0.25 gray, which is 250 millisievert, acute, 1 hour, 2 hours. What is the limit of us? 20 millisievert. What? In year. This is now 250 sievert or gray. Now I said I will use sievert now, huh? In exam they put sievert. 250 sievert acute. You will observe something with this person. No detectable symptoms or blood change. Our body can stand for this value. Probability to get cancer in the future increased only. But I will say this person tired, vomiting, no. There is no any. If I take this person and went to the hospital, make blood analysis, and read now the count of red cells and white cells and platelets, I will not find any change if I make this analysis after 2 days, 4 days, 60 days. Nothing happened. So our body can stand without any effects, observable effects, up to 250 millisievert, about 12, greater than 12 times than the limit, acute dose. So no detectable symptoms will be appeared. Now, if he received between 0.25 to 0.5, 250 millisievert up to 500 millisievert, why I say here range? I told you, if this is a child or adult or old man, this is woman, this is man, this is healthy person, or person gets some illness, for example, diabetic, high pressure. So I put here range, depending on the person. Between 0.25 up to 500, 0.25 up to 0.5 sievert, or 250 millisievert up to 500 millisievert. Now slight blood changes. Number of red cells and white cell decreased a little, slight change. So the first action you do in accident situation as RSO, you will send this exposed person to hospital, making blood analysis. Now, the result. This is the number of red cells. This is the number of white cells. This is the number of the cells in this analysis. And after 2 hours, make blood analysis. See what happened. If you didn't find change, only change, small change. Repeat this analysis after, let's say, 10 hours. A little change, slightly change happened. So this person received about 500 millisievert, 0.5 sievert. If you find the blood analysis, the number of blood cells decrease sharply, be sure he get greater than this. Now we reach to the radiation sickness, vomiting, tired, hair loss. This is the symptoms of radiation sickness. You can observe this. It's between 1 and 2, depends on the person itself. We take 2 in our, in the exam, for example, if we ask, consider 2 is the threshold. This 2 severed in 2 days, not in 5 or 7 days, 2 days maximum time. 1 hour, it will be more severity. 2 hours, 1 day, but not more than 2 days. So if a person gets this value, radiation sickness. So if the person makes blood analysis, you find sharp decrease, you will observe directly that he starts vomiting because he greater now. He take this, become now in this range. Now, if a person get greater than 7 severe, death, acute dose, death. Now, what about this? LD 5030. Now, for man, humankind, this LD 5030 meaning lethal dose. 50 meaning 50% of the group person, 50% of the groups that received this amount between 3 and 5, 50% among the person who receives this dose acute will die during 30 days. Lethal dose meaning to refer to the dose that without medical treatment will lead to 50% of the population will die within 30 days. This is called LD 5030. Lethal dose. 50% of the group who exposed will die during 30 days if they didn't take any medical treatment. So LD 5030 for man, for humankind, it is between 3 and 5. We take average 4 gray or 4 seaford. 4 gray or 4 seaford. 4 gray or 4 seaford. The same.
Sir, excuse me, sir. I have a question for this. What if the lethal LD 50-60 means? Instead of 30, if there is 60, then what does that mean? LD 50-60.
LD 50-60?
Yes.
During 60 days, we don't use this term. This is the definition, the term we use as a definition. We don't have 50-30, 50, 1 year. No, we don't have this.
Sir, but yes, sir, but this question was asked in the exam, 50-60.
Exam 50-60?
Yes, sir, 50-60. This was asked when I appeared in the exam.
The first time
we all know, we all know 50-30, but in the exam, 50-60 was asked.
Okay.
So,
Whatever. Okay. If come an exam, this is the first time in my life to hear something like this. But let's say, so 50-60, there is R50-90, there is R50-100, something. But whatever. Okay, I will explain this. Okay, I will try to explain. Now, if we say, I can say this. LD 100%. 30, yes, we have this. 100%, if we return back now, this is the 100%. 7. So, LD 100, meaning what? 100%, all will die. During 30 is 7, greater than 7. If a group received 8 SIFA, for example, acute dose, no one will be surviving. No one will be surviving. 100% will die. Will die after 1 day, 2 days, 1 week, 2 weeks. 100% will die during 1 month. This is LD 130, greater than 7 gray or 7 silver. Now let's I don't know how to manage. I don't have number really, but let's say LED 50% in 60 days. 60 days. In 60 days, I think something lower than, it's something, let's say, between 2 and 4, for example, 2 and 4, maybe, because in 30 days, this is the dose. If you extend a little, extend a little, maybe this is between 2 and 4, maybe between 2 and 4. But I don't know this, really. I will be frank with you, I don't know. But if we need to analysis 50 in 60 days, between 2 and 4. But 50-30 for us, we know it's in the average 4 gray. 4 gray. I can search we can search even in the internet, maybe you'll find something like this. But for me, I don't know. I don't know. I can't give you number. I can't give you number.
Doctor,
Yes.
as per this table, who have red screen, who will get red screen, that means he have possibility to die. He will be
This
exposed,
what?
who will be exposed more than 3 sieverts. That means in screen.
In screen?
In skin.
Screen?
Skin.
In skin, yes.
Yeah, that means he get more than 3 sieverts. Who will get skin red.
Yes.
That means he get already more than 3.
Why?
We already told before, screen red, it will not appear only from 3 sievert, no?
Yes, 3 sievert in 2 days.
In 2 days, yes. That means he will get skin red. That means he already get more than 3 sievert in 2 days.
Why he get greater than 3 sievert if he get 3 sievert in skin?
Sorry?
How he can get greater than 3 sievert if he receives 3 sievert in skin now? You told me he received now 3 sievert in skin, right?
Yeah.
In skin, I say in skin only. I'm not saying in the internal body. I mean stomach, lung, liver does not receive only skin, huh? Speak about skin only.
Yes.
For example, if we deal with beta source, beta source will be absorbed, low beta source will be absorbed in the skin only, cannot penetrate in the skin, cannot penetrate deep. Low energy, like carbon-14. Carbon-14, more than 90% of the beta will absorb it in the skin. So this skin only, the organ will exposed. There is no any exposure for stomach, for liver, for kidney, for blood, only skin. In this case, for beta, low energetic beta, person work with carbon-14. Only we must care about this dose, 500 millisievert per year. The limit is 500 millisievert per year is the most limit for him, is the most important limit for him. He will not care about effective dose 20, because 20 meaning all body, all tissue. So for this person who work with carbon-14, there is no meaning for 20 millisievert per year effective dose. Why? Because the cells cannot penetrate inside, only will absorb it in the skin. So we are now afraid from erythema, redness of skin. So now this is our limit, 500 millisievert, and this is the most important limit now. I am not care about eyes, I am not care about extremities, I am caring about the skin only. Why? Because the source is low beta, absorbed only in skin. Assume person working in hospital using X-ray with energy, let's say 50 kilovolt X-ray. Energy 50 kilovolt. Very low X-ray and mainly will absorb it in this skin. So now I am caring about the skin. This is why we put skin. Extremities, for example, sometimes some person working through manipulator for radioactive production plant with manipulator. And now his hand now using to handle the radioactive source in hot cells. Now I am caring about his hand, this extremity. So I got 500 millisievert. So if you say skin, I mean equivalent to dose. This acute dose is effective whole body. This is whole body. This is whole body. This dose is whole body. Huh? Clear? Huh? Clear or?
Clear.
Skin alone cannot result in this symptoms. Only erythema of this organ, only erythema, because he's received this greater than 3. But this is whole body, acute dose. For 50, 60, let's search in internet. But 50, 30 is 3 to 5, depends on also, I told you about the man. If he's healthy, is he old, child, woman, a lot of things. So between 3 and 5, let's say 4 sievert. Okay.
Doctor, I have one confusion also.
Yes.
If he survives for more days, is there the higher possibility of his survival? If he survives more than 30 days?
Yes.
Is there the higher possibility of survival if he exceeds 30 days?
Yes. Okay, let's explain here, for example. This is, let's say 4 gray, and the average 4 gray. Lethal dose 50, 30, 4 gray. Assume. Now, if he takes treatment, if this person, this group take medical treatment, now this 50 will reduce to become, let's say 30. If they received medical treatment, okay, now 50% reduced to become, let's say 30, 35, 20, 25, reduced. Now, if the persons received this dose, this assumed dose, and all are healthy, young, this will be reduced also, because this is taken on the average. For example, in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, for example, bombs can now explode. We have child, we have very old man, we have young man, we have women, we have men. We take average. 50% on the average from community. But if this assume workers in nuclear reactors, young persons, young, healthy, this will be low. So this is an average. This is why I'm surprised to say 50, 60. Now we take probabilities now. We have already here in this fluctuation. In this number we have a lot of fluctuations. This is really between 20 and 70. But we take an average, saying 50%, depending on the group who exposed. If they are child, for example, we will have 80% will die. If women, let's say 60%. If men, healthy men, young, 20%. Young women, 25%. So it depends on the group itself. So we make really here, we have a general formula. We need to specify. I don't have information about this. So we speak about something like general situation. 4. If a person take medical treatment, this ratio will be lower. And if a person survive more than 30 days after exposure, the probability to still alive, it will be high. Because now we say 50% during 30 days. Now, this means that the person who survives up to 1 month, he has good health system that can stand, and he has high probability to still survive. But maybe during this, after 30, we have 1, 2, 3 persons die. 30 years is something not sharp. 50 during 30s. Also, still we have some fluctuations. This is a statistical study. And we put this term to give an idea, let's say an idea about the situation. 50% from general population will die through 30 years, through 30 days, if they receive acute dose for grace. Yes.
Thank you, first of all, for all the clarification that you have made. In terms of the lethal dose, it's very clear. As industrial hygienists, we have also another term which is called lethal concentration. To be honest, now I'm confused between the lethal dose and lethal concentration. If you are aware about it, if you can just about it.
Yes, you are working in petrochemical plants.
Yes, in refinery.
Yes. Now, this lethal dose come from the exposure to radiation source when you deal with radiation source. But your term that you say, this is for example, concentration, for example, for HS gas. This is a lethal gas. You say, okay, the limit is 10 ppm parts per million. This is concentration of gas. This is chemical poisons now. This is chemical. This is another thing. I can't stay in a situation in the concentration of certain gas, which is poisons, gas like HS, this gas, with concentration greater than this value. If the concentration becomes higher than this value, now I get poisons chemically. This is another thing. For example, oxygen. The concentration of oxygen also must not exceed more than a certain value, otherwise you get poisons also. This is another thing. This is chemical poisons. Now we speak about lethal dose that a person can receive from source in case of accident. If he received this value for gray as acute dose, 50% from the person who takes this will die through 30 days.
Very clear. So the concept is one, the difference is just only in the unit.
Yes, you speak about chemical poisons. I'm not speaking about chemical poisons. I speak about radiation dose, damage in cells, excitation and ionization. But for the other concentration of this gas in air is another thing. This is a normal gas. This is not a radioactive gas. Normal gas. It will affect the lungs. It's something different chemically. We speak about physical problems, which is ionization and excitation. And this is another thing. We don't have any relation between this and this.
Yes, very clear. Thank you so much.
It's clear?
Yes, it is, because you're right. When we compare the unit of the lethal dose with the lethal concentration, it's a big difference. Here it's the talk about weight, like gray, something that are related to the mass, and
yes,
to clarify in the beginning. And the lethal concentration, it has another unit.
Yes. For example, part per million, part per billion. This is
That
the
was
amount.
very clear to me.
Yes, now it's clear. Huh? So now let's take an let's go further, please, here to before the break. Let's see the kind of equations that came in this model. Okay. But for my friend who asked me with the lethal dose 50, 60, I will search and find, inshallah. I hope, inshallah, I found something. Yes, let's see. I forgot also to mention very important thing here, that to make one ion pair in our body or in water or in air, so radiation now come, absorbed with one electron, the orbital electron, and extract it. So we have now one ion pair. To create one ion pair, in our body, in air, in water, is 34 electron volt. 34 electron volt. In the next, inshallah, for the detection, we will go this number. But let's now take this number now. 34 electron volt, not kilo electron volt. Electron volt, 34 electron volt. This is the amount of energy must be absorbed in human body, in water, in air to create one ion pair, to make one ion pair. Electron, negative charge, and the rest of atom which less with one electron. This electron now extracted from this atom. So I have atom that has positive charge and one electron negative charge. This is called the ion pair. To create this, I need 34 electron volt in human body, in water, in air. Now, let's now see number 22. The absorbed dose of ionizing radiation in matter is defined as the amount of energy deposited in, again, absorbed dose of ionizing radiation in matter. He asked the definition. 1 gram absorbed dose in matter is defined as the amount of energy deposited in 1 gram of air. No. 1 cubic centimeter in air. No. Why? Why is no here? No here because it is energy in mass, in unit mass. This is also, there is another wrong here in air. We say air. Absorbed dose in any material. So now, this air is wrong. This cubic centimeter is wrong because it's not mass. Here, 1 gram air is wrong. He specified 1 gram. It must not be specified, maybe 1 kilo. So 1 gram here is semi-wrong, semi. It is not completely wrong, semi-wrong. Why? We specified gram. It must be maybe 1 kilogram. And here air is wrong because any material. 1 cubic centimeter here is wrong because it must be unit of mass. And air, we specified air, wrong. Maybe air, another thing. Number C, a unit of mass. Yes, it is defined as amount of energy deposited in a unit of mass. Number D, in 1 kilogram of matter. Why you say 1 kilogram? That is 100 air in gram. And gray is 1 joule in kilogram. So let's make general unit of mass. Number C. Number C. 23. The radiation weighting factor for gamma ray is, while the alpha particle it is, you have in the formula sheet, you have the table. But we know now gamma always is 1 and the alpha is 20. If you don't remember, you can see in formula sheet this table, radiation weighting factor. So number A, 1 for gamma, 24 alpha. Number 20, number 24. Number 24, the radiation sickness, illness, sometimes diseases. Radiation sickness may be easily noticed in a critical group. What is the meaning of critical group? Critical group meaning if, for example, an accident happened now. The actor, for example, like Chernobyl. Now there's an accident. Critical groups meaning the nearest public live to this reactor. So the nearest public to the accident site, the site of accident, this is called a critical group. This is the most affected person for this accident. So the critical group. The nearest person exists in near the accident. This is critical group. The radiation sickness. Remember radiation sickness, vomiting, lost hair, fatigue, tired. This is the radiation sickness symptoms. Radiation sickness may be easily noticed in a critical group of a public when each one will be exposed to an effective dose, not equivalent, like skin, effective dose. How many? 200 millisievert? No, 250 millisievert, there is no symptoms. Remember this table? No any symptoms. 500 millisievert, this is a slightly change in blood. 20 rem meaning buoyant 2 sievert, which means 200 buoyant 2 sievert, which meaning 200 millisievert. 200 millisievert is less than this, no any symptoms appear. Here, 200 rem meaning 2 sievert, yes, 2 sievert. So it can be observed just to receive the threshold. This is the threshold, 2 sievert. So if a person receives this threshold, acute dose, now I can observe radiation sickness. Okay, now 25. The threshold of acute exposure, now we speak about acute, like this. Okay, the threshold of acute exposure, which will induce erythema, redness of skin, erythema. Number A, 3 sievert during 1 day, yes, even up to 2 days. 1 sievert during 1 day, no, less than the threshold. 2 sievert during week, no. This is long period, and less than 3. 8 sievert during the week, no also. Why? Week. If I divide this 8 over 7 weeks, so each day it's 1 point something. So it's less than the 3 maximum in 2 days. So now it is 3 during 1 day. Number A. Of course, in exam, they will not say 3 sievert during 2 days and 3 sievert during 1 day. No. They will not put you in a gray area. It must be clear, yes or no. Because really, sometimes according to the person who received, child, woman, man, old, healthy. So he will give you something clear, not something 3 sievert during 1 day, 3 sievert during 2 days. No, because 3 sievert 1 day, 3 sievert 2 days is the same. Yes. So it will be 3 Sievert, as you see, clear. The difference is clear. Now, number 26. The classical unit of the effective dose is classical unit of effective dose. REM. Classical REM. SI, Sievert. While the SI unit is Sievert. So it is REM and Sievert. REM is B. REM and Sievert. Okay, the lethal dose for 50% of the exposed period during 30 days after exposure is, this is 4 Sievert. 4 Sievert. This is the lethal dose for 50% during 30 days. 4 Sievert. 4 Sievert. Okay. Number 28. Human cells and tissues are subject to death or genetic mutation from exposure to ionizing radiation due to this is not stochastic. This is not stochastic. This cannot come from chronic dose, from acute dose, and genetic mutation from chronic. So in both chronic or acute, stochastic or non-stochastic, the problems come from where? From chemical reaction on water molecules? No. Heating of water molecules? No. Excitation of water molecules? No. Ionization. This is the problem for any illness, for any disease in the human body. Ionization. This one, ionization. This is a problem because now when you create charges, chemically you make a very dangerous thing. You create active chemical roots. This now, ions, very active chemically, make what is called active chemical roots. It will interact and make very harmful compound in the cell. This is why the problem of this radiation, alpha, beta, gamma, neutron, it is ionizing radiation, make ionization. For any illness, stochastic, non-stochastic, will appear as a result for this ionization. Why he say water? Because majority of our body is water. More than 20% of our body water. So the interaction mainly with the water molecules in our body. So ionization of water molecules. Okay, number 29.
The third, please.
Yes.
Hello. Quick question on the excitation.
Yes.
We know that ionization and excitation are same, from same concept. If I have an answer that says excitation and ionization of water molecule, is it the right answer?
Okay, when alpha interact with the body, make ionization and excitation. Ionization extracts electron from the atoms outside completely. Excitation increase a little in the outer and it will return back. So the still the atom neutral. Atom still neutral. The total charge, net charge is equal 0. I didn't lose electron, only transfer from this to this, gain energy and become from inner to outer. Now, chemically, the atom is still in the same chemical condition. Chemically, this atom does not lose neutron, lose electron. So chemically, it is neutral, but ionization, now I changed the chemical condition, become now ions positive, the atom become positive. Why? Because it lost electron, and I have another electron here, negative. For excitation, the alpha lost energy through excitation and ionization. But for biological effects, it comes from which? From excitation or ionization? From ionization. So how alpha lost energy? Ionization and excitation. How alpha make biological effect? the effect of ionization is the cause, is the reason to make health problem. Clear?
Very clear that the ionization, it has a big effect on biological than excitation.
Excitation, we don't change the atom, only rise the electron from inner to outer. Chemically, the chemical science depends on what? Depends on the orbital electrons. If you need to make a definition for chemical, the interaction of electrons of elements between them, now we can make any compound. That interaction of electrons, this is the science of chemical. You change this order, I mean, you make these electrons, one loss, one gain, something like this. Now, if you make this electron deal together, now you make chemical reaction. For example, water is what? Is hydrogen and oxygen. Now, how to make water from these two gas? Hydrogen gas, oxygen gas. Now we make compound, this water, this is liquid. Hydrogen, now electron move around the nucleus. Oxygen, 2 electrons in the inner, 6 electrons in the outer. This 6 electron now determines the chemical probabilities of the oxygen. This 6 electron will, when it interact with this electron, it needs two hydrogen atom, so it has 1 electron and 1 electron combined with this electron, making 8 electron, and now this shell is now complete. Now we can make hydrogen, we can make water. So it's a chemical, it's a reaction between electrons. Chemical science is reaction between orbital electrons with the other orbital electron of the elements. If you change this orbital electron, now you make another chemical compound. For us, excitation, we didn't change anything, only from inner to outer and return back. But ionization, we completely change the structure of the electrons. So now we have another chemical compound will create inside the cell, and this will cause disease. We don't need to go deep, but let's say, what is the reason that make ionizing radiation make health problem? Because it make ionization. Ionization meaning now we lift the atom with less electron become positive. This now chemically is so reactive or active and need to react with the compound, make maybe harmful compound inside the cell. Now it get disease. This cell will get disease.
Very clear. Thank you so much.
Now, number 29, exposure to a dose which exceeds the threshold. Exposure to a dose which exceeds a threshold value. We have a threshold value for a specific effect, a specific disease during short period for time is called, what is this called? Dose with a threshold, short time. Dose with threshold meaning a certain value, high value. This is called acute. Acute. This is acute dose. And the severity increase with increasing what? Severity increase with increasing what? With increasing the dose. So it is exposure to dose which exceeds the threshold value for a specific effect. A specific effect, we need acute dose. During short period of time is called acute, and the severity increases with the increasing the dose. So number C. Number C. Okay. Number 30. Take this and inshallah, we will inshallah start, we will inshallah take break after this. 30. 200 workers are working with radiation for 18 years. And each of them is getting 15 millisievert per year. He mentioned tissue, nothing at all. This is meaning what? Whole body. Meaning what? Effective dose. This is effective dose. This is effective dose. Mentioned in CFR, not gray, not REM, so this is not absorbed. This is effective dose. Why it is not equivalent? Because there is no any tissue here. So this is effective dose, 15 millisieverts per year. Now, if the risk factor for cancer is 0.05 per man per sievert, for the person, if he received 1 sievert, then the additional cancer fatalities due to this work among this group is, okay, let's see now, 200, and working for 18 years, and each person received 15 millisievert. So the total dose is, for one person, 15 millisievert per year. For 18 years, multiply now. I need the total. Multiply now, 15 millisievert times 18. This is the total effective dose. I need total effective dose during 18 years for one person. I am not one person, 200 person. So multiply it by 200. So now you multiply 200 by 18, by 15. And this is now the total collective effective dose. I say total because it is 18 years. Now total collective effective dose. Multiply all together. The result will be a number in man millisievert. Man millisievert. I need to put in sievert. So this must be divided by 1,000 to become sievert, man sievert. Then I will multiply by 0.05. Really, I will multiply all of them, but take care. This is millisievert, must be in sievert. Let's solve it. So now 200 persons, 200 workers. Each one receive 18, right? 18? 15. They are working for 18 years. And each one receive 15 millisievert per year. Among this group, how many can get cancer due to this dose effective during this 80 years? I will say now, number of persons get cancer, number of workers. That or who get cancer equal. Now, 15 millisievert per year. But I need to work in sievert. So I will move this M and work 10 to minus 3. Now it becomes in sievert now. 15 by 10 to minus 3, move this and work 10 to minus 3. Sievert now, it's sievert. Now, multiply it by 18 years. This person working in total for one person. There are 200 persons total for the group. This is now what? This is total collective effective dose. This is total collective effective dose. Total why? Because I multiplied by 18 years. Total. Collective why? Number of groups now. So total collective effective dose in sievert. Now, I will multiply this by risk factor times. This is not the division, times times what? Times 0.05. Now we need to calculate this. Calculate this. Now this is 0.5 times 200. This is 1. This is now 1. So multiply 15 by 18. How much is this? This can you calculate? This is this multiply this is 1. Multiply only 15 by 18. How much? $15 by 18.
$270.
Okay, 200.
2.7.
Right?
2.7. 2.7.
Okay, so it will be total 2.7, right? 2.7. Okay. 2.7%. About 3%. About 3%. See now in the options we have, yes, number B, about 3%. So really this problem, you multiply everything together. Number of person, those, years, risk factor, but take care, those must be CFART. This is only the trick in exam. Only this is a trick in exam. So you need to take it into account. CFART. You see here also here. Okay, we will inshallah. Okay, let's solve number 22. Number 22. Now this is general. This problem 22 is general now. If the absorbed dose in a certain organ, okay, I prefer to solve this during the break. It will take 5 minutes only during the break. Try with yourself, and I will solve it when we return back from the break. Solve it. Try with yourself. Okay, to solve it. Really, it's a good example to make a training. Okay, solve during the break this, and you inshallah solve after the break. If you have some problems, we can discuss after the break. Now, number 23. The classical unit of the Kerma is now classical unit of the Kerma, while the SI unit of the equivalent and the effective dose is, remember Kerma? Remember Kerma? I told you it is, huh?
Gray.
Another way to present the dose. So classical for dose is rad. So it is rad. I told you it's gray in SI unit, because Kerma is dose, but another way, kinetic, mainly kinetic energy. So unit is gray, SI, rad, classical unit. So it is rad. SI unit for equivalent and the effective CFAR. So it must be rad CFAR, rad CFAR. Now number D. Okay, 24. A radiation effects which is somatic. Somatic meaning the personal. Somatic meaning the effect will appear on the person itself, not in the next generation. Somatic meaning personal. So radiation effect which is somatic appear in the person who exposed, for which generally a threshold level of dose exists. A threshold level of dose exists is called, what do we call this? Appear in the person and need a threshold. Stochastic, somatic meaning personally, in the person. Stochastic need a threshold. Stochastic does not need a threshold. Cancer, genetic effect, does not need a threshold. B, deterministic Brombitt effect. Deterministic meaning non-stochastic. Non-stochastic. I told you, stochastic, non-stochastic come from what? From acute. From acute. And this acute must be greater than threshold. Okay. And I told you, you can observe directly. You can observe the symptoms. Vomiting, tired, hair loss, even death. You can observe this. So it's a Brombitt effect. I told you, we have Brombitt and delay. Brombitt, you can observe directly. So it is deterministic, non-stochastic, the meaning. And number B, the effect, the illness, sickness, disease, that need threshold. We call this the effect. This is called deterministic Brombitt effect. Appear, you can observe Brombitt, not delay, and happen, it will happen, deterministic. Number C, deterministic delay. This word is wrong. Delay. Deterministic, you will observe now. Delay, this is for stochastic. Delay is for stochastic, not for deterministic. Number D, stochastic, no, of course no. Stochastic does not need threshold. So number B. The lethal dose within 30 days after exposure of 50% of the individual exposed to an acute dose of radiation is about 220 millisievert. No, this is the limit. This is not the threshold. This is the limit for effective. Annual limit. 200 millisievert, meaning 0.2 sievert. No. 2 sievert, no. This is the threshold for radiation sickness. None of the above. This must be 4 gray hair or 4 sievert. But we don't have 4 sievert there. So none of the above. Number 26, if the risk factor of fatal cancer is evaluated as, this is 0.05 that we know, then when 500 radiation workers are exposed regularly for 20 years to 16 millisievert per year for each worker, the excess cancer death due to this exposure is, I told you, this problem, multiply everything. Take care about this only. 16 millisievert, must be 16 sievert. Move this milli and drop 10 to -3. Now you get calculations here. If you multiply this 0.05 times 500 times 20 times 16, 10 to -3, you will get a number. If you calculate, I don't know really the number here. Okay, if you calculate, you can choose 8. So number C, 8. 8%. Okay, number 27. 2 diseases belonging to deterministic effect. If we say deterministic, anything other than cancer or genetic. Let's see. Number A, cancer, no, it is not deterministic. It is probabilistic or stochastic. Okay, this is now delete. Cataract erythema, yes. Cataract meaning blind, and erythema, redness of skin. Yes, number B. Erythema and leukemia. Leukemia is a type of cancer, blood cancer. Leukemia is cancer. Leukemia, cancer, this is stochastic effect, not deterministic effect. So it is B. So now we finished from these two models. Let's take now break, but I will leave this number 22. I will leave this in the screen, number 22. Please, during this break, solve. And after break, I will solve with you, inshallah. Now, we will return back, inshallah. Let's say 135. 135. I will send in the group, 135. So I will, because I will leave this, leave this screen for question number 22. So I will write in the group, return back at 1:35. 1 hour break. 1 hour break. Okay, my friends. See you inshallah after 1 hour. Try with yourself, please, to solve this. Number 22. السلام عليكم.
Salam.
وعليكم السلام.
ورحمة الله وبركاته. أهلا وسهلا. Before break, we agreed to solve number 22, and now let's together solve it. And if you have any doubts about it, after we solve, we can discuss. Okay. The problem say if the absorbed dose in a certain organ. Now we speak about a certain organ. If a worker from neutron with energy 14 millineutron volt is 120 erg per gram. This is not effective dose. This is not equivalent to dose. This is not absorbed dose in our units. We used rad and gray. He gave 120 erg per gram. This is a dose, of course, because it's amount of energy in unit of mass, but not in our unit, not in rad, not in gray. But we know that 100 erg per gram meaning 100 erg per gram meaning 1 rad. So this is amount of energy in 1 gram. Yes, dose, but we need to put in our units, rad or gray. Now, 120 erg per gram is 1.2 rad. Why 1.2? Because 100 erg per gram is 1 rad. So 120 erg per gram, if we divide it by 100 erg, meaning 1.2 rad. 1.2 rad. So this 120 erg per gram equal 1.2 rad. 1.2 rad. Okay. Then the equivalent dose in this organ is, now we speak about equivalent. Equivalent dose is absorbed dose multiplied by radiation weighting factor. Equivalent is multiplication of radiation weighting factor time absorbed dose. Now, radiation weighting factor. So we need to know the type of radiation, neutron. What is the energy? 14 million electron volt. If we went to the table, 14 million electron volt neutron, radiation weighting factor equal 10. So we need now to multiply 1.2 rad times 10. We will get 12 rem. 12 rem. Now let's see here, all units are millisievert. 12 rem meaning 120 millisievert. 12 rem meaning 120 millisievert. Why? Because 1 sievert 100 rem. So 12 rem meaning 0.12 sievert. To put in millisievert, this is 120 millisievert. 120 millisievert. And if the tissue weighting factor is 0.12, we need to multiply equivalent dose 120 millisievert by 0.12, which is 14.4 millisievert. Let's see, this is in the board. It will be here in the board. As we see in the board, 1 lakh is 100 per gram. This is the definition of 1 lakh. He told us 120 air per gram. This is the amount of energy per gram he received in the problem. This 120 by divided by 100, this is 1.2 lakh. So the dose from this radiation, neutron, 14 millineutron volt, in the certain tissue is 1.2 lakh. Radiation weighting factor for 14 millineutron volt is 10. 10. Equivalent dose is multiplication of dose by radiation weighting factor. So radiation weighting factor 10 times dose 1.2 rad. This is rad. 1.2 rad. So the result will be in rem. Result will be in rem. So 10 times 1.2, 12 rem. 12 rem meaning 0.01 sievert, which is 120 millisievert. Because we know that 1 sievert equal 100 rem. So divided this by 100 give you 0.12 sievert. For milli multiplied by 1,000, so 120 millisievert. This is the first requirement. Now, he asked the effective dose. Effective dose is tissue weighting factors time equivalent dose. Multiply this by tissue weighting factor. He mentioned tissue weighting factor 0.12. I give you this tissue weighting factor. Multiplied by the equivalent dose. Now 0.12 times 120, this is millisievert. So this must be millisievert also. 14.4 millisievert. So this is the answer for effective. If he asked probability for cancer in this organ, or this person who received this dose, will say, what is the effective dose? This one. I need this effective dose. But I need it in what? In sievert. So I will move this and move 10 to minus 3. Move M and move 10 to minus 3. Now, 0.05 probability to cancer, 0.05 risk factor, constant, times 14.4 effective dose. Milli, move milli, 10 to minus 3. Sievert now. This is the probability to get, for this person to get cancer. So this is the way to solve the problem. Clear? Now we finish from dosimetric quantities and the biological effects of radiation. According to the schedule, we need now to start with calculations, external and internal dose calculations. But really, this needs a fresh mind. So calculations, internal and external dose calculation, according to the schedule, need fresh mind. So let's postpone this for the tomorrow morning and start now with a theoretical part, regulations only. There is no any scientific aspect about only regulation. We will now start with regulations. And we will study the radiation protection regulations applied here in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And I hope we can finish today. I hope we can finish today from this. It's only some rules, some restrictions, some limits, and there is no anything about calculation in it. Okay, let's start now, inshallah. So, you have this book, you have this book, Basic Principles of Radiation Protection for Radiation Protection Officer. This book is the scientific content of this course. Okay. So you have here all the course in this book. This is the official document we submit for the KCARE to take a license for training. So this is your official course. So even you can study from it, and you can find also in this book, as you see here, in some paper you can find here, for example, some lines with bold, as you see here, for example, this is bold. Okay. And the font is bold, for example, like this. Here, for example. This bold is important information. Let's take, for example, something that we studied. This is the detectors. We'll start, inshallah, after tomorrow. Let's see something regarding to what we studied. For example, this is the rules that we studied now. Okay. For example, here, radiation effects. For example, as deterministic effect. Deterministic, if you need to speak about deterministic, he give you some. This is in bold font to pay your attention only for, okay, take this is important information, maybe come an exam, to help you to focus on the information which is more important than the others. So this book you can also take as a reference for you to handle with it. And now let's go to the regulations now. This is shielding. Tomorrow, inshallah, we'll start shielding. Yes, this one. This is now our topic now, regulation. The organization aspects of radiation protections. First, general framework and requirements for radiation protections. Okay. You can read. You need to study it and read it, but I give you now in this book the most important thing that we need to read it. If we started with the definition of practice, we say, do you have practice license to do work? Practice license in the field of radiography, practice license for the field of nuclear gauging, practice license in the field of transportation. The practice here in Saudi Arabia is defined as any human activities relating to use, handle, transport, import, export, use sources. Okay, this is meaning of practice. The practice means any human activity that result in exceed the normal dose that a person receive. We receive background. If we deal with radioactive source, now we get more dose than background. As a result of what? Dealing with radioactive, dealing import, export, sell, buy, transport, whatever the activity. So practice meaning any activities used source. This meaning practice. So your company has a practice license in a certain job. For example, radiography. We use the sources in radiography in NDT. So practice license application or using radiation source in this field. For example, in nuclear gauges, in well logging, in transportation. If in transportation of radioactive between regions in kingdom need license. License meaning you need license for this practice, for this transportation. This is the meaning of practice here. Now, we have a very important definition there called the basic obligation. Basic obligation. But before we go through the regulation, let me give you an idea about how the questions of regulation come in exam. Let's take an exam to help us how to study this regulation. If I bring now this, for example, this model quiz, let's see how the regulation came in exam. For example, number 41. Number 41. He give you this phrase, no practice shall be introduced and no source.
We cannot see, sorry, we cannot see the...
Yes, okay, thank you that you pay my attention for this. It's now, it's appeared now?
Yes.
Okay. Number 40. Number 41. Number 41. No practice. He give you now a statement. The statement is no practice shall be introduced and no source within this practice shall be used or maintained except in accordance with the requirement of the national regulations. This phrase or this statement called what? We define this word, this statement as this is called principle of justification, principle of optimization, basic obligation, ALARA principle. So we must know what is the meaning of justification, what is the meaning of optimization, what is the meaning of basic regulation, what is the meaning of ALARA principle. So we can determine this phrase or this statement means which one of this. For example, number 40, the protection against ionizing radiation is enhanced by training of large number of operators to high level, commitment to the regulatory authority to sudden inspection, take care, come and make sudden inspection, prevailing of the safety culture, a strong management committed to protection and the ALARA. This is how regulations came in exam. For example, when number 43, when used the nuclear gauges engaging practice is justified, the shall be taken into consideration, justifying the prompt and the present risk, delayed and the future risk, exposure of operators and general public, the present and the future risk. Two elements of radiation protection programs: distance and time, justification, optimization, selection, training of worker, quality assurance, safety structure. So he give you the regulation in some times as a concept and give you, tell me the statement, this statement, which concept, which principle, and sometimes give you, okay, to enhance the working conditions, to become in safe conditions, more safe condition. You need to train more people to get more radiation protection officers to do what? Also, for example, you have a radiation protection program in your facility. The element, items of this radiation protection program, you must know this, so you can select among this, for example, this one, these two, have two elements of your radiation protection program. You must know what is the meaning of radiation protection program and which element. For example, here, the detailed record shall be kept. You must, as RSO, kept the detailed record for calibration, for personal uses, for moving of radioactive sources. This records, wipe test, survey, this record, you must keep it for 10 years or 20 or 30 or 45. This is how the question regarding the regulations come in exam. So you must pay now attention about this regulation from this point. You must know the concepts, how to enhance the safety in your practice, the regulation for keeping the records, and about controlled area and supervised area, how to define controlled area, supervised area. The regulations say in this subject, this and this and this. You must know all these aspects. Now let's return back to the regulations. Now, we have a principle which is called basic obligation. Basic obligation. Sometimes you say general obligation. What does this mean?
Sorry, sir, again, we cannot say that.
I don't know why I'm. I didn't eat, I didn't take my lunch, so maybe, huh? Maybe I forget. Okay. Okay, please. Yes, see, please. Okay. Follow me about this. Maybe I will go from slide to slide, and so please, huh? Okay, now, what is the meaning of the obligation? Basic obligation or general obligation. Simple word. This is the phrase this is a statement. This is the statement. Let's make a summary about this. The meaning. Don't deal with radioactive source without taking permission, without taking license. You must to deal with radioactive source after you getting license. You must to introduce any practice with the radiation sources, you must follow the regulations and get practice from the regulatory body. This is the meaning. So the meaning, if you read it now, no practice shall be adopted, introduced, conducted, discontinued, or ceased, and no source within the practice shall be mild, processed, designed, manufactured, constructed, assembled, acquired, import, export, whatever the practice, whatever the activities, whatever. This is the meaning. Don't. There is no way to introduce practice to work with radioactive source unless you follow the regulations, unless you get permissions. Okay, let's continue. Stored, disposed, expected in accordance, unless the exposure from such practice or source is excluded from the including the required offer. this required of notification and authorization from regulatory body. So this is the meaning. Now, don't do anything unless you get license and follow the regulations. Let's now go to the question. I will now return back to these questions. Now this question, I will return back for this. Remember this question, this. Number 41, no practice shall be introduced and no source within the practice shall be used or maintained except in accordance with the requirement of the national regulations. So you must follow the national regulations and get license. This is what we said now. This is what we said now. It is basic obligation. This is the meaning of basic obligation in simple statement. So, to deal with radioactive source, to introduce practice, you must do this according to the requirement of national regulations. Sometimes saying after getting the permissions, the same meaning. So this is the meaning of basic obligation. Basic obligation. Return back to this. Okay, this is the basic obligation principle. Now we have what is called basic framework of radiation protection. Basic framework of radiation protection. Basic framework consists of three principles. So the basic framework of radiation protection in any company, in any facility, consists of three principles. So we have three principles of radiation protection and safety. Three principles of radiation protection and safety. These three principles are justification of practices. Justification of the practices. And the second one is, where is the second one? This is a basic obligation now. Yes, because now basic framework consists of three principles. Justification of the practice. This is the first one, number A. Number B, optimization of radiation protection and safety. 3, dose limit. So we have three principles now. Let's speak about each one alone. What is the meaning of justification of the practice? In simple statement, any practice contain benefits and hazards. So any practice contain benefits, advantage, and hazard, risk, disadvantage. Justifications mean the advantage, the benefits is greater than the harm, the risk, the hazard. So benefit is greater than hazard. This is the meaning. In exam, if you wrote this meaning in any words, this is the meaning of justification. So justification, benefits greater than hazard. No more than this. Benefit for the persons and society. Benefit of the persons and society. Not only for me, even for the society must take this into account. So any practice or source within the practice shall not be authorized, take a permission, unless this practice produce sufficient benefits to the exposed individuals or to the society to offset the radiation harm. So now benefit is greater than the radiation harm that it may cause. This is the meaning of the justification. So take care, will not give you practice license for your work unless the benefit is greater than the hazard. Now, another important thing about this justification, you must take into account this principle justification, take into account the hazard of the risk for this generation and the next generations, for present and for the future. Don't say, okay, I will, for example, I will build nuclear reactors now, and okay, I will get benefit electricity, but after 50 years, now for disassembly these reactors, I will find a lot of waste, radioactive waste. Okay, this is the problem of the next generations. No, this is not the way. We must take into account next generation how to solve even this problem and let the benefits even for the next generation is higher than the hazard. So justification, benefits greater than hazard for present and next generation, for present and future, for now and future. Let's, for example, take this questions. For example, now, number 43, when use a nuclear gauge, engaging practice is justified that shall be taken into consideration. Justify the Brumbit and the present, there is no meaning for Brumbit and the present is the same. Delayed and the future, delayed is past, I don't know, delayed, just now, I need to know. Exposure of operators and general public, the present and the future risk, yes, I need to justify the present and the future risks. Present and the future. There is no meaning for delayed. Delayed is the past. In the past, I didn't use radioactive source. Now I need to use radioactive source. So present and future. So this is how the equations came in exam. So now you know that justification must be for present and the future. And you also, you need, remember number 41, no practice shall be introduced at the source. We say this is basic obligation. As you see, we have here justification. So we must know justifications. So this is not the justification. Justification is another thing, not this. Justification meaning benefits greater than hazard for present and the next generation. This is the definition of justification. Okay, return back.
Excuse me. What about 42?
Wait a moment, about 42.
Question.
Yes, okay, we will come.
Okay.
We'll take one by one. It will come.
Thank you.
It will come. But now, I need for you to know how the question comes. Okay? Not only to memorize the statement as it is, the meaning only. Now let's return back. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. It's this one. Now, basic framework for radiation protection and safety consists of 3 principles. Sometimes he came, for example, in exam. The basic principles, the basic framework for radiation protection and safety consists of the following principles. For example, time, distance, shielding. This is one option. Time, distance, shielding. Optimization, safety culture, justification. safety culture, defense index, optimization, justification, limitation. So now you must know the basic framework of radiation protection and safety consists of 3 principles: justification, optimization, limitation. Let's now speak about this second principle, optimization. Sometimes we call this optimization ALARA principle. Optimization principle, sometimes we call it ALARA principle. Instead of optimization, we say ALARA principle. Okay. So now, what is the meaning of optimization? We are a human and we have some defects that we do in our lives. We are not perfect. We are not perfect. So when we do something, there are some mistakes, problems can be happening. Okay, now in optimization principles, he say, okay, try to do your best, try hardly, try really to do your best to optimize your work, to optimize your performance, to optimize this practice as you can. This is the meaning of optimization. How can I optimize my practice as I can? For example, if you can work safely with 10 persons, for example, only 10 persons can do this work. Only 10 persons safely. 10 persons safely, meaning they are enough to do this work, enough number and enough training. Only 10 persons. Why you do this work with 15 persons? Why you expose the 5 persons more? If you can do this by 10 persons, do this job by 10 persons. Why you make 15 persons? So try to minimize the work regarding to the number of persons. It's enough to do this by 10 persons. Okay, 10 persons. If you need 15 persons, okay, 15 persons. But don't make 20 persons. Say, okay, to take training, to help in case of, if 15 persons are enough. Don't expose other persons to radiation without nothing. 15 can do this, perfect, okay? So try to minimize your number. This is now you make your practice optimum. Okay, now, I can do this work in 1 hour. Finish this work with radiation sources in 1 hour. But if this is now make optimization now, huh? But if I give this person, for example, a high level of training and cost me, let's say, 2,000, and it can reduce this time to become, let's say, 40 minutes. There is new technology, there is no new tools. If he make training on this, and now he will do this in 40 minutes. So the exposure time is become low. So now I reduce his dose, instead of taking, assume, instead of taking 3 millisievert, he will take only 2 millisievert. Now reduce the amount of dose of this person. This is now optimization. So number of persons reduce, but not meaning reduce and make now the persons cannot do this work because we need 10 and you bought only 8. No, this is not optimization. You bought this 8 in risk now because you need 10. So optimize your number to the number that is enough to do the work safely. Minimize the time of exposure. So now you reduce the dose that this person take. This is way to make optimization. So in optimization now, in relation to exposure from any particular source within the practice, protection and safety shall be optimized in order that the magnitude of individual doses, personal doses, the number of people who exposed, and the likelihood of incurring exposures. This meaning what? You can say, for example, a person transport radioactive source, transport. Now I have a license to transport radioactive source from region to region. I have safe transportation of radioactive material license from KK. Now, may this is a probability, get an accident through the trip. Now it's like this word, like home, probability to get accident. Try to minimize this probability. How? The driver must be health condition, must check the car, the tires, the engine, must follow the regulation for the speed, must not exceed than 100 kilometers per hour. Even the road say 140 kilometers, this is the limit for this highway. For him, 100 kilometers per hour. Just he drives with the source 100 kilometers per hour, not more than this. But now he returned back without source. Okay, he can now 140. So now, try to apply conditions or rules to minimize the probability to get accident. Now you make optimization. So optimize, reducing the number, reducing the exposure, the dose, the situation that increase the probability to get, for example, some situation like accidents. All of this called optimization. Take into account also in optimization the cost, take care, the cost. For example, now assume I built now a store area. I need to build a store area to put my sources. Assume. Now, okay, now regulations say you must make a thickness which behind the shield in the other side, the people must not exceed the limit. Okay, that's good. Assume 50 centimeter of concrete. This is enough as a shielding, and the KK accept. Accept is enough. Okay, now 50 centimeter is enough. Assume behind this room there are some office persons working in office. And assume we have 20 persons working in office near this store area. But this store area sufficient to be shielding and take a permission from regulation body. Everything is okay. Now, but the dose rate there also is good for public, because they are public. It's less than 1 millisievert per year. So now the shielding is enough for this public to not exceed 1 millisievert per year. But if I put a layer of lead from the inner side of the shield, layer of lead in this side only, the side for the office. If I put a layer 2 millimeters of lead, it will reduce the dose there by half. There are 20 persons working in the other side, and only 2 millimeters in this side of layer but as a layer, inside layer, it will reduce the dose so much. How much it will cost? It will cost, let's say, 10,000 riyal. 10,000 riyal. 10,000 riyal, and I reduce the doses of this 20 person, public, public. Instead of taking 1 millisievert in year, it will take 0.5 millisievert per year. 0.5. And the 10,000 riyal only, 10,000 riyal only, I will pay. It's good. It's good. Now, according to the benefit and the cost, it's good. Pay this, pay 10,000, pay 10,000 to reduce these doses from 1 millisievert per hour in year to 0.5. I have some comments here from our colleagues. Cannot see. Yes, by mistake, I pressed the camera. Okay, so that's good. Okay, be with me, I don't know what happened for me now because I feel something, Maybe I get some doses.
No problem, doctor, no problem.
So okay.
Maybe you are too much. You explain too much and you get maybe some tired.
Yes, maybe I get more doses. So be with me, please. So now, I know that the person behind the shield, okay, will not take more than 1 liter. But if I add only if I pay 10,000 riyal, I will protect this 20 person and reduce the dose, so much. 50% reduction in dose that they received. I will pay. Regulations say pay. Pay. You must pay. Now, assume now, for example, I, a new radiation protection officer in the facility. I will say, okay, we can reduce even this dose to not become half millisievert in year. I can reduce it to become, let's say, 0.2 instead of 0.5, 0.2. But this will cost, let's say, to build another wall, make another configuration, but live inside this concrete, and it will cost, let's say, 100,000 riyal. 100,000 riyal to reduce from 0.5 to become 0.2. And 100,000 riyal, no. This is not optimization. Why? The benefit is very low. Why? Instead of 0.5 to reduce to 0.2, it's not so much. And the cost is so high. Cost is 100,000 riyal. You are in 0.5. 0.5 is less than the limit, so much. And 0.5 to become 0.2, nothing at all. So with respect to that cost, take cost into account. So optimization does not accept this way of thinking, but accept if you pay 10,000 to reduce 50%. Yes, accept. So optimization, we must take into account the financial, the economic situation also. So optimization, try to reduce the dose, the number of persons, the conditions that may get some accident. Try to minimize this as you can. Let's now read the statement. The number of people, all this magnitude of doses, number of doses, the conditions that may be, all be kept as low as reasonably achievable. As low as reasonable achievable. So this is the meaning of ALARA. ALARA meaning as low as reasonable achievable, not applicable, achievable. Applicable, I can, yes, make this wall, and pay 100,000 riyal to reduce. This is applicable, I can do. but achievable. It is reasonable or not. So it is achievable, not applicable. Not applicable. I can do work like this, but I will cost 1 million. Practically I can do, but it will cost. Achievable. Make reason. Take into account the cost into your mind. So Alara is as low as reasonable, achievable, not applicable. In exam, maybe it's coming like this. Alara is reducing the number of the doors, whatever, as low as reasonable, applicable. This is one option. Say yes, no, it is not applicable, achievable. Take into account the economical situation. Especially in these days, especially in these days. Okay, so now this is the meaning of optimization. Second principle. Third principle, dues limitation. Third principle, obligation. Dues limitation. Assume I need to build a store area, a stored area, and I have high radiation level. And I need to build a radiation stored area. It will cost me, for example, it will cost me, let's make something imagination, 1 million riyal, 2 million riyal, 3 million riyal. Okay. And in the other side of the shield, must not, if I put my bubble here in the other side of the shield, in the other wall, this is the wall, other side of the wall, must not exceed the limit. For me, must not exceed 20 millisievert per year. For the public, must not exceed 1 millisievert per year. Okay, now, this limit, if I make a shielding to do this, to make this limit, it will cost me 100 million riyal day. You must pay. This is a limit. You must build a shield to be sure that the dose limit behind the shield not greater than the limit of the worker, 20 millisievert per year, or 1 millisievert per year for public, if some public move in this area. I will cost a lot. Cost. You must. Limitation is something you must do. Whatever the cost, don't speak about cost when you apply limit. Optimization, yes, we will consider that. Why? Because optimization is something more than limit. After we achieve limit, let's speak about optimization. But first, limit. So limitation is the third principle and must apply it in the facility. Whatever the cost. Okay. Now this is the three principle of radiation protection framework. We have three principles for radiation protection and safety. Justification, ALARA or optimization, and limitations. Now let's continue. Now safety culture. Sometimes an exam give you a statement and saying, it is safety culture, it is justification, it is limitation, it is optimization, it is obligation, basic obligation. What is the meaning of safety culture? Simple word, safety is first. Safety is first. How you can make safety is first? To make safety as an attitude in the mind of the workers. Must, when they thinking in radiation source, must thinking in safety first. Safety has priority. Take an example. Assume now I'm in a company used radiation nuclear gauges, and assume. Now I need as a regulation, I need to make a wipe test for this nuclear gauge each 1 year. If it is nuclear gauge, if this is radiography, each 6 months. And now I speak about nuclear gauges. You must make wipe test to be sure that there is no contamination each year. Now assume that I need to make now new wipe test because the old wipe test is expired now. Now I need now to make wipe test because the expired, the old one is expired. But the manager in the company say we have now work to do with other company to measure something and urgent now. They ask now to come with the devices, nuclear gauges in the site to make the measurements. But the gauges need to be making for it wipe test to be sure there is no contamination. Regulation say after 1 year. Now this is expired now. Now the production, the work asking you to come do, and as a safety you cannot do this. Why? Because this device I must be sure it has no contamination. A third party must come and make wipe test and give a result. It's a safe to use. This is safety concept now. I will accept this? No. Safety is first. Because in case if this is contaminated, you will contaminate all places that you move around it. All places, you will make contamination. And the cost for contamination is very high. I will give you real example. There is a steel factory. In a steel factory, they used scrap. They used scrap in the production line. They use scrap. Now recycling this material, scrap, and must be there is a gate portal. Their gate which has radiation detection. Detectors must be there is a radiation detector in this gate. For the vehicle, car, truck will come with this scrap, move very slowly under this gate, and this gate is a radiation detector. Check if this scrap contain radioactive source or not. All the devices contain radioactive source, and some people sell this as a scrap. So now this scrap now must be detected. Make detection for this scrap. Survey, you must make survey. And this is a portal in the gate of the factory. So the truck move very slow, and this detector now make a survey. There is no any source. Okay, go. Now, sometimes this system of detection sometimes broken, does not work. If this system does not work, you must not receive any scrap. And in one day, this system was broken and the scrap came. Enter without detection. This is safety concept. To detect scrap, to make survey, it's a safety concept. To protect yourself, the factory, the public, the environment from contamination. Now, move, enter. Unfortunately, there was one source in nuclear gauge. Only 10 millicurie of cesium. 10 millicurie of cesium. Very small. Something, not more than 50 gram. 50 gram. I'm saying gram, not kilogram. 50 gram. Something like this. This one. It enter. Melt in the furnace. Contaminate the factory. Do you know how much the quantity that we collect as a dust, as a waste, to collect this waste material result from this 50 gram, we collect more than 1,200 ton of dust. 1,200 ton. 1,200,000 kilogram of waste to collect only this 50 gram of cesium-137. The factory stopped for 3 months. It costs so much amount of money, greater than the loss for stopping, for collecting for more than 50 million riyals. Only because only the radiation protection officer in this factory does not take into account safety culture. Safety is first. So safety culture meaning the attitude, the behavior of the person must take into account safety in first. Don't do any work violate safety. Safety comes before production. This is the meaning of safety culture. The attitude of persons must thinking always in safety before any other concept. Okay. This is the meaning. In exam, if you find this meaning in any words, this is the meaning of safety culture. One of the definition of safety culture is that the consisting of the assembly of characteristics and attitude in the organization and individual. This must be for individual and for the organization, for the management, for the administration, for any person in this site, in this company, in this institute, in this facility, all people, whatever, worker, administration, whatever, all must take in this safety into consideration. So this is the meaning of safety culture. Now, what is the other concept? Defense in depth. What is the meaning of defense in depth? Another concept. For example, if you have value things, for example, you have gold, you have something which has expensive, you put in, you become more care about it. You put in safe, you put in a hidden place, you check every time. So defense in depth is the same way, meaning when you deal with radiation sources, you must put in your mind that maybe some fault happened. So I will add another system that if this fault happened, it will correct this default. And even if the second system fail, I have another system that can cover this situation. For example, let's take an example. Now, assume this is the store room of radioactive source. I will not put in open area. I put in a closed, will define the closed area, and I will bring a lock. And this lock, okay, now the key is only with one person. And I can put another key with a finger. So if a person can break this lock, okay, this now the finger now, this another lock, and open only with the finger. And maybe with password or by magnet card, another system. So if a person broke this lock, I have another lock. For example, this one will open with the finger. Now, assume even I have a camera. And the person make a monitoring for this and record. So now this camera is a system in case of something happen, even one broke this door, I watch this area, so I see him. So even the lock is broken, even the door is broken. I have a camera watch this area, so I can see now. So I can go and catch this person. So I have lock, for example, fingerprint lock. I have camera, and also I have a fence, bought a fence outside, fence with also another lock, and all this is inside the facility. Facility not anyone can enter. So I make many barriers that in case of one barrier fail, I have another barrier can maintain the safety. If the second barrier fail, I have another barrier so I can correct the situation. This is called defense in depth. Make multi-barrier safety system. So safety is defense in depth, a multi-layer or barrier, multi-layer system of provisions for protection and safety. This is the meaning. Whatever the word, right? Okay. Here, the meaning is try in case of something happen, fail, we have another system that can cover this and correct the situation. This is the meaning of defense in depth. For example, defense in depth may also administration rules or some regulations. For example, now to take one projector in radiography for camera, you can't go only one person, one technician, one worker. Cannot take projector and go to the site. Must be two persons. Now this is what defense in depth, but administration. This is rules now. This is like soft. You can say soft copy and hard copy. This is soft now. This is regulation now. Regulation say 2 persons must be assigned for one projector. Can one person do this work? He can. Technically he can. No, by regulation. Why? I apply defense in depth. Why? Because maybe this person, okay, want to, for example, two bathroom. Now the source in the site alone, even in the car, but this now is alone. Assume this person, get sick. So I have another person with him. So in case of one, for any reason, absent, get sick, whatever, there is another reason, take care about this camera. Take care, and if this person feels sick, you must return back to the facility, to the company. You cannot continue working. For example, another defense in depth. Each projector must work with 2 survey meters. 2 survey meters. One is enough? No, 2 as a regulation. Why? In case of one broken inside, I have one. Now, get the source inside the projector. Okay, leave the site and go to the company. Unless you have another one. So you must have 2 working survey meters. So this is concept of defense in depth. In case of one system fail, you have backup system. All system can recover this fail. Okay, now. We need to return back. Yes, this is defense in depth. Okay. We will speak about the record later. Okay. As a regulation, no person under the age of 16 years shall be subject to occupational exposure. Must be public. trainees, students are occupational, but for trainees and it's called also occupational when you're using the source. Trainees and students are a specific case of occupational. But occupational, meaning deal with radioactive source, cannot be less than 16. 16 less than public, directly public. No person under the age of 16 years shall be subject to occupational exposure, and no person under the age of 18 years shall be allowed to work in a controlled area. We will speak about controlled area later. Okay. Now, let's before the break, speak about the area, how to classify the area in the field of radiation, or when we use radiation sources, especially for radiography. Classification of areas. According to regulations, we have two different types of area. Radiation area. Two types of this radiation area. One is called controlled area. The other one is called supervised area. So we have two areas, controlled area and supervised area. What is the difference between them and how we can determine the controlled area boundaries and supervised area boundaries? Okay. From the definition itself, let's read it. Is defined as the area, controlled area now, controlled area, is defined as the area in which the annual effective dose may reach 3/10.3 of the occupational annual dose limit. This is a definition. It is not opinion, it's a definition, law. What is the meaning of this? What is the annual dose limit for us? For us, 20 millisievert. 20 millisievert. 3/10 of 20 millisievert. 3/10 divided 20, 6 millisievert. If the person who working in an area reach to 6 millisievert or more, 6, this is the minimum, 6 or more, this area is called or classified as controlled area. By definition. Okay. Supervised area. By definition now, it is the area that the dose limit annual may reach to 1/10.1 of the annual dose. 1/10 times 20, it's 2 millisievert per year. So let's now explain this in board, how to make it practically. I will not stay 1 year in the area like this. What is the dose now after 1 year? It's less than 6. It is not controlled area. It's 6 and more, it is controlled area. This is not a way. Practically, this is not a way. How can we control now, practically, inside? Let's explain this is in the book. To explain it, we need to make a little calculations. Simple calculation. What is the dose limit for us? We said we will take 20 millisievert per year. This is our limit. 20 millisievert per year. Okay, this is the radiation source. Emit radiation in all directions. Okay. Now, if I'm standing standing in this area, in this location, I will receive some dose. If I am near, more dose. If I am far, low dose. I will receive. Okay. Depending on the distance. Okay. Now, regulations say this is, for example, this area, if a person stay working in this area for 1 year, meaning working year, not calendar year. I will not stay here 365 days, 24 hours per day. Of course, no. Working. Okay. And he received 6 millisievert or more. This is controlled. This is the boundary. Beyond this, less than 6. This is a controlled area. Let's now take the definition, and now we will, inshallah, know how to determine this practically. This is the definition. Per year, huh? Now, this is now 6. If I go beyond it, less than 6. Less than 6 up to another area. This up to 2 millisievert. If a person is still here, stay in this area, this one, this, between this and this, in this area, not inside. This is controlled. Now this, and here, just 2 millisievert per year. You will working in this area, only this, and can reach to 2 millisievert up to 6 millisievert. This is called supervised area. This area called the supervised area. This area called supervised area. So between 2 millisievert per year up to 6 millisievert is called supervised area. Greater than 6 and greater, this is now controlled area. No any person can enter this unless it is occupational. Public, no. At all. Okay, so now this area is restricted only for radiation workers. Here, this is supervised area. We'll speak about it, the regulation for it. This is the definition now. Let's know how we can control it. We have in our facilities radiation detectors. We have survey meters, radiation detector. Now, radiation detector give us what? Give us dose rate. You read in the screen of your radiation detector dose rate. You don't read dose. No, dose rate. In the unit, for example, microsievert per hour or millisievert per hour. Of course, sievert per hour, yes, but this is an excellent situation. Now we speak about normal working, microsievert per hour. For normal working, we use, you will find, for example, 10 microsievert, 20 microsievert, 1 microsievert, 5 microsievert, 100 microsievert, okay? To reach 2 milli, this is a strict condition. Rare, especially for radiograph, you can reach for 1 millisievert, 1.5, 1.2 millisievert. If you want in the source, but this is not a normal condition. Now, normally we use the microsievert per hour. Microsievert per hour. 10, 5, 6, 20, 30. This is the reading that you see in the screen of your detectors, survey meter. Okay, now I told you what is the limit? 20 millisievert per year. Okay, this is per year. What this year? What is this year? This year is the 3,650 days and 24 hours per day. This is the total hours we work. we left, okay, this is one calendar year, 365 days, and each day has 24 hours. So this is the number of hours in calendar year. I will stay all this hour in my facility. I will live there. I will move. No, of course. This is not the year of the calendar year. This is the working year. This is calendar year. This is the number of hours we work, we live in each year. But this is not calendar. This is working year. $20 millisievert, working year. What is the meaning of working year? International system. We'll speak about international system. I know that some companies working more than this, but international, and we will follow the international. The international say working year is 8 hours per day. You work only 8 hours per day. Working 5 days per week. Working 50 weeks per year. This is the international working year. 5 hours per day. 5 days per week. 50 weeks per year. This is 250 days per year. If you make a multiplication, 5 days per week, 50 weeks, 50 times 5, 250 days per year. Or you can say multiply 8 times 5 times 50 hours per year. So we work 2,000 hours per year. Not this amount. This is calendar year. We don't work all the day in the work. So we use this 2,000 hours per year. 2,000 hours per year. This is the working hours we work in 1 year. Now, why I do this? The limit is 20 millisievert per year. And the dose rate appear in the screen of the detector is microsievert per hour. Microsievert per hour. Now, this is per year. I need to convert this to become per hour. To use the detector, I need to convert this to hour. So I can compare. Because this is limit, I need to compare this limit. Now, let's now move this year and devote to 100 hours. Because 1 year here is 2,000. I will leave this and devote instead of 1 year here, I will go 2,000 hours. 2,000 hours here. So now let's do this. 20 millisievert per year. This year is 20 millisievert. Now per 2,000 hours. Year 2,000 hours. I didn't make anything. I only convert this year to 2,000 hours. Now, this is the limit. This is annual limit. Annual limit. Now, let's see the hour limit now. It is, if you make a division, it will be 0.1 millisievert per hour, which is 10 microsievert per hour. 10 microsievert. This is the hour limit. 10 microsievert per hour. Now, you see in the detector what? This dose rate, this unit. Microsievert per hour. So now, this is the hour limit. 10 microsievert per hour.
Doctor,
Okay?
20 divided by 2,000, it is 0.01. It is 1 microsievert, not 10.
You are right. 0.01, 10 microsievert per hour. 0.01, 10 microsievert per hour. Okay. So now, this is the hour limit, 10 microsievert per hour. I can now compare this limit with the dose rate appeared in the detector, screen of the detector. Okay. Now, tomorrow, inshallah, I will speak in detail about this. If you find less than 10 microjoule per hour, you can work because you are under the limit. If I say, for example, 100 microjoule per hour, or 50 microjoule per hour, or 70 microjoule per hour, can I work? I would say, okay, wait. This needs more explanation. I will say, if you are working each day, 8 hours, each day, 8 hours, and you work 5 days per week, and you work 50 weeks per year, don't exceed this amount at all. But practically, I say practically, if you work practically, in real, 8 hours per day, 5 days per week, 50 weeks per year, don't work in radiation level greater than this. Why? If you exceed it, you will exceed your dose limit. At the end of the year, you will get more than 20. But if you work real 8 hours per day, 5 days a week, 50 weeks per year, don't work at all in radiation level greater than this. If you work, you will get more than 20 at the end of the year. But in real situation, do you work 8 hours per day? Of course, no. With this, no. We can make 1 hour, 2 hours, and maybe 60 days, but maybe 60 days. Saturday you can work. But this 8 hours, I have done. Maximum 2 hours, maximum. So now this limit with this condition. Don't exceed more than 10 if you work in real situation like this. In life situation like this. So I can work even for 100 microjoule per hour, but I can reduce the time. The main thing, don't exceed this. Don't exceed this. Because the limit is annual. Not hour. Really, this is the limit. I derived this. I calculated this. Okay? This is the principal limit. This is derived limit. مشتق. أنا اشتقيته. This is principal. This is secondary. I need to fulfill this. I can exceed, but I will delete this and put another type. If you work with this type exactly, no, don't exceed, because I will exceed this, and this is the main thing, don't exceed it. Now, how we now determine the controlled area. This is our limit. So now we will use the international system, because each one of us in his company has another system. This is system. So now to make its uniform, we will use this system. We will consider that we're working with this system. So the system is 10 microjoule per hour. This is our limit. Now, remember the definition here. Remember the definitions. This is 1/10 from the limit. 3/10. 3/10 from the limit. Here is up to 1/10 from the limit. Our limit here is what? Of course, annual limit is 6 millisievert. Annual limit here is 2 millisievert. Annual limit. Now, our limit now. 3/10 from 10 microsievert, 3/10 times. This is the limit, 10 microsievert. Per hour, it is 3 microsievert per hour. Meaning, If you now carry your the location detector, move until to reach here. Now you will read here 3 microsievert per hour. Put a barrier, make a barricade here, and say controlled area. So how to make controlled area? Read 3 microsievert per hour, stop. This is the boundary of controlled area. This is how to make it practical. 3 microsievert per hour. Now, here, it is 1/10. Limit is 10 microsievert per hour. Times 10, 1. So, bring the detector and come from this side. Move. Now, you will read now, what? 1 microsievert per hour. Okay. Now, put aside supervised area. Now, supervised area. Move. Until 3, this is the boundary of supervised area. So, supervised area, from definition, 1/10 of limit. If this limit is annual, this would be 20. 1/10 times 20, 2. This is a boundary, 2 millisievert per year. Up to 6 millisievert per year. Now, 6 millisievert per year and greater is controlled area. If you use the limit, tenths of limit hour, now this is 1 microsievert per hour up to 3 microsievert per hour. This is supervised area. Now, greater than 3, now this is controlled area. This is how we determine the controlled and supervised area. Tomorrow, we need this derivation. 20 millisievert per year. Our year is 2,000 hour. If we divide it, it will be 10 microsievert per hour. For this condition, okay, listen now. Continue with the regulations. So now, we must know the criteria that determine the controlled area and supervised area. Now, if we return back, as I remember, return back for this, for example, number 47. Number, it's appear in your screen. 47?
Yes.
Okay. Number 47. The controlled area is characterized by a radiation level starting from of the occupational limit. From controlled area 3/10. 3/10 and more. Okay, if I change the supervised area is characterized by radiation level starting from supervised area, number C, supervised area. Sometimes in exam saying the controlled area is characterized by radiation level starting from, and they give you here numbers now saying 1 microsievert per hour, 2 microsievert per hour, 3 microsievert per hour, 10 microsievert per hour. Of course, if this is in microsievert per hour, it's 3 microsievert per hour. If it is in microsievert per hour, 3, starting from 3 microsievert per hour. Sometimes in exam saying controlled area is characterizing by radiation level starting from, and they give you here 1 millisievert per hour, 2 millisievert per hour, 3 millisievert per hour, 6 millisievert per hour. Controlled area started per year, sorry, per year. 1 millisievert per year, 2 millisievert per year, 5 millisievert per year, 6 millisievert per year. Of course, controlled area is per year, 6 millisievert per year. Okay. Number 46 for the limit. Remember the annual occupational limit for the length of the eyes of pregnant woman. Eyes of pregnant woman. I told you everything is the same as occupational except effective dose. Remember this? We will now read this in the regulation. Of course, it is 150 millisievert, which is 150 millisievert is 15 rem. 15 rem. 150 millisievert is the 15 rem. Okay. Now let's turn back for, where is this book? Yeah, this one. Okay. The license. We return for all of the above, but I try to only to take some points together, and tomorrow, inshallah, we'll continue. Now, responsibility, specific, okay. I need here to speak about the radiation protection program, which is very important here. Okay, this is the limit, as you see here, an effective dose of 20 millisievert per year, averaged over 5 consecutive years. This is the limit for occupation, this one. An effective dose of 50 millisievert in a single year. This is for what? This is occupational dose. Yes. Yes, this is an effective dose of 50 millisievert in any single year, provided that the effective dose does not exceed 100 millisievert. Remember the statement, does not more than 100 millisievert in 5 consecutive years, but not exceed in any single 50. We put here an effective 20 millisievert. That's what this is what we say. Now, as I told you, an equivalent dose in length of eyes 20. This is not right. This is 150. Until now, here in Saudi Arabia, they don't adopt this 20. It's a recommendation only from International Atomic Energy Agency. So now, please change this to 150 millisievert. 150 millisievert. This one. And equivalent dose, extremities and skin 500. This is what the limit we said before. This is the limit that we said before. Now, for the pregnant, if you see here, for the pregnant, yes.
Sir, please, can you repeat the last information that you were emphasized on it?
This one?
Page 76.
This one?
Yes, yes.
Okay, now, the equivalent dose of lens, as in the slide, 150, not 20, 150 millisievert.
Okay, clear.
Okay. Now, for pregnant now, for the pregnant, as you see here, everything is the same except for the effective. Now, an effective committed, did you see this? Committed, meaning internal. Effective committed dose, 1 millisievert, like what? Like the public. So if it is the pregnant, take doses internal, not more than 1 millisievert. Okay. Now, if he received the external, can reach up to 2 millisievert, but not exceed in the abdomen surface. This features, this is baby, in this region, more than 1 millisievert during the 9 months of the pregnancy. 9 months not exceeding than 1 millisievert, this area only. 1 millisievert, external. If it is external total 2, can 2. But this area can take only 1 from this 2 during 9 months. Or if it is internal, 1 millisievert. For public, you know that we speak about public before. Now, for emergency situation, this is for normal working operation, this limit. Now for situation like emergency. In emergency, yes.
Just a small question here. If public, they are above 16, for example, old men or something like this, they will be
Yes.
subjected to 1 millisievert?
Yes, yes,
Okay. Thank you.
yes. Any person does not taking training for radiation protection, okay, whatever its age, public, okay? For example, the financial department in your company used a huge amount of sources, but the financial department, they are considered public. The manager itself is a public, unless he take a training course for radiation protection. So considered as a public. Okay, now, for emergency situation, accident situations. Now, I will not apply the 3 principles. Justification, optimization, limitation. Only I will apply justification and optimization. There is no limit. For emergency situation, there is no something called the limit. Only justification and optimization. Now, in the accident situation, try to make optimization between benefit and hazard, and try to make the solution optimum as you can. No more than this. There is no something say limit. Let's take an example. Assume now there is an accident. In the road, there is an accident. And this accident now, the driver lies like this and his leg broken, cannot move. And the source beside him. Now, this driver now is still alive. And if I enter and reach to him, into the side and reach to him, I will receive a dose, let's say 400 millisievert. 400 millisievert. During this only 5 minutes, assume for minutes, I will get 400 millisievert. Greater than the limit, how much? 20 times? 20 times. Limit in year. Only in 4 years, I will get 400 millisievert. 500 millisievert. But I will save his life. Can I do this? Okay. It's up to you. This is volunteer now. It's not obligation. Okay, you can do this? I can. Okay, go. So he received 500 millisievert in 5 minutes, but he will save life. Now I make justification, saving life, and will receive 500 millisievert. A very slightly change in blood. And with medical care, there is no something happen. So go, yes. Don't say the limit is 20. No, don't apply limit here. Because you save life now. Assume. This person now is still alive. But the dose that I will receive, assume the dose I will receive during this rescue, I will receive 10 sievert. 10 sievert. No. Why? Because this person will die. This driver will die. And if I went there, I will die also. So, justification say, yes, he's still alive now, but one day, today, he will die. Justification say, okay, you can do something for him. And you expose yourself to lethal dose. So there is no benefit now. So now make justification and make the process optimum as you can. Okay, now for situation like emergency, there is no limits. For example, for emergency situation, the object should be keep doors for interfering personnel, the person who go for risk to rescue the other, to help the other below an effective of 100 millisievert. Try. This is only try. This is not a limit. Try. Not taking more than 100 millisievert. Try. And for equivalent dose for skin, not greater than 300. This is a recommendation. This is not a limit. However, where life-saving actions are concerned, you can reach to about 500 millisievert. 500 millisievert. So make justification and optimization. Justification and optimization. There is no limitation here. Okay? So no, now for emergency, only two principles, justification and optimization. And you can reach up to, even if it's a rescue and you save life, even one sievert, even. It is recommended to not exceed than 500 millisievert. But if one sievert, yes, but for life saving, only for life saving. Okay, now the very important topic, and you will find always one question or two regarding this radiation protection program. In your facility, you must have radiation protection program, radiation protection instruction, radiation protection code. You must have this radiation protection program. This program consists of 6 items. 6 items. We will not memorize it or save it in our mind. Okay, we will understand it. And we can now tell this 6 by default, by logic. First, any program will be successful if the administration aware about this program. First thing, committed administration. A committed administration. The management system, they're aware about this. Committed management. No any work can get successful unless the management aware about this. الإدارة. Administration, first thing. If you have good administration, now you have good opportunity to success. First item, committed administration. If the administration is saying, no, it's not important, we can save this. Now, fail. Everything will be fail. So administration first, committed administration. This is the first item. Okay. Committed administration for protection and safety. For example, administration take into account safety is priority. Take into account that safety culture. Take into account defense in depth. Take into account to apply the limit. Take into account to not do anything without taking authorization. Administration aware about all of this and apply. So this is meaning committed administration. Second, if you have committed administration, now you must select qualified, trained personnel to do the work. Not any person you can bring. There are some qualifications, must be qualified, must take the training. So the second item is selection of personnel and their training. Take the suitable training. So now, first one, administration. Second, select the person who will apply this. Select them. qualified person, well-trained person. So now, committed administration, selection of personnel and their training. Now, when you select all of this, now you must make effective surveillance, meaning control for occupational exposure. You must now, the main tool in your hand to be sure that occupational exposure is under limit, is under the regulations limit. So you must make control for this. So now, second is making a surveillance or control for occupational exposure. Third one, you are not live in this world alone. There are public around you. There is public, there are environment. So you must also make what? Also effective surveillance and control for their limit, for their exposure. Must not exceed than 1 millisievert per hour. For example, now I drive my car and take the source in the box of the car. The vehicle has a box and there is a source. Now, this box must be shielded. Why? Because when I drive and stop, for example, in traffic sign, there are publics around me. Some of this public may be pregnant women, maybe child. So you must be sure that the box that you put the source inside is shielded enough to not expose the others and they get greater than this limit. So you must have an effective surveillance or control for public. Let's return back to say this. Administration. Committed administration. Personnel who will apply this work. Select qualified and well-trained person. Now make control on the occupational exposure. Make control for the public exposure. Now, you must do all this according to your opinion, according to the opinion of the manager, of the RSO, of course no, according to quality assurance program. So you must do your work. When you select a person, there is some qualification according to quality assurance program. Say must be. Okay, you're working according to standards. So now you must do all the above according to a certain quality assurance program. Now again, administration committed, person selected, qualified, well-trained person. Now control the occupational exposure. Control the public, because you are not working alone in the world, public also. And do all things according to radiation, to quality assurance program. The last one, you did this, and you will do your best to apply this. But maybe we are human. Maybe something unexpected happened. Maybe I will face an emergency situation. Now, you must have an emergency situation plan. You must prepare an emergency response plan. So you must be ready for emergency. You put in your mind, maybe having this situation and lead to accident, which maybe lead to how can I deal with it. So now you put plan for emergency situation. This is the 6 items for any radiation protection program must be applied. Committed administration, selected, well-trained and qualified person, make control or surveillance for the occupational exposure, for public exposure, do the same thing, control for this, and all this must be according to quality assurance program and be ready for unexpected situation, emergency situation. This is the 6 parameters. In exam, let's see this, you'll find here, for example, 2 elements Number 44. Two elements of the radiation protection program are distance and time, justification and optimization, selection, training of worker and quality assurance, safety culture and defense in depth. Now we know that we have 6 items. 2 of them selection and training the worker and do everything according to quality assurance program. Number C. Justification and optimization is another thing, is principle for radiation protection. Safety culture and defense in depth is another thing. Distance and time is other things. So it is selection, training of workers and quality assurance. This is 2 items from the 6 items of radiation protection program. This is the way how the question came in exam. Okay. Okay, we will inshallah continue after break time. This is now a break.
Sir, can we get Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Sir, this which you are explaining, sir, this Word file can be get? This Word document?
This document I sent for you. This document I sent. You have.
In PDF.
Okay. Okay.
This is a file PDF basic principles. This is I sent for you. I sent for you.
Okay.
I sent all materials that I have for you from the beginning, from the first day, so you can follow. But really, in the schedule, it was calculations for internal and external use. But I'm sure when we start this after lunch, it will be very difficult for us. We need morning to be fresh. So I delayed this and bring now the regulation. Okay, we will return inshallah at
Sir, I have one question.
yes.
Sir, is TLD necessary for the people who is working in supervised area?
I will speak about the regulation for control as far as but it is not necessary. It is recommended.
Recommend, it's not. So, can public enter in the supervised area or not, sir?
Yes, but under supervision of radiation worker or RSO. I will explain. This is in after break, inshallah. This is also included in the course. I will explain.
Okay, no. Okay, sir. No problem. Another one more question, sir.
Yes.
Mostly we follow in Saudi Arabia. We follow the procedure of Aramco, and in Aramco procedure, the dose rate at the border of control area is 7.5 microsievert per hour. What could be the reason they put this dose rate? Because this dose rate exceeds the definition of control area.
Yes. You are right. Aramco has local regulation. For example, Aramco saying annual 15 millisievert per year. 15, not 20.
Yes.
Aramco can do this. Aramco can do this. Can do less than 20. Something like optimization. But Aramco cannot say greater than 20. You can, for example, in your facility saying, I will put the limit is 10. Okay, that's good. Okay, but you cannot say, I will make the limit 30. No, you cannot exceed the national limit. This is the ceiling. You can reduce here, okay. Above, no. So Aramco saying 15 microsievert per hour, 15 millisievert per year. 7.5 microsievert per hour controlled area for radiography. This is if they applied 3 microsievert per hour practically, maybe you need 200 meters as an area to make a barrier. 200 meters. And usually you're working at night. No person. And even if they, we have what is called occupancy factor. Occupancy factor. If you see in practical situation, practical, not so practical situation. In practical situation, a person will stay there 8 hours per day. 8 hours per day? No, of course no. And now I say about practical situation. And if you got 3 microsievert, you need 200 meters instead of 60 meters or 70 meters. You need 200 meters now.
Yes.
Now, Aramco saying, I will take the occupancy factor into consideration. Why? 3 microsievert per hour is not the principal limit. 3 microsievert per hour is not the principal limit. I deduce it. I calculate it. And if I changing the time, the occupancy factor, the time, I can reduce or increase this value. Assume you are working only 4 hours per day. Your limit will be 20 microsievert per hour. If you are only 1 hour, working 1 hour, your limit will be 80 microsievert per hour. Did you see it changing according to the occupancy factor time?
Yes.
But 20 millisievert, you can't play with it. You can't. This is 20 millisievert per year, you can't play with it. Controlled area, real definition, 3/10 of the annual dose limit. Not 3/10 from our limit, annual limit, 6 millisievert per year. But we need to apply this in real radiation. Those meters saying, the radiation surface saying microsievert per hour. So I will take the international system of work, 2,000 hours per year, and I get 3 microsievert per hour. As 8 hours per day, 5 days per week, 50 weeks per year. But if now occupancy factor is changed, so Aramco saying this is not the real situation. This is not 8 hours per day, 5 days per week, 50 weeks. So I will now change this 7.5. I will consider the person work for about 2 hours only per day in this. So the controlled area 7.5. If you multiply this by 2 hours, this is what you will find not increasing the 20 millisievert per year. So this now, I need from you to take into account this concept, very important as RSO. 10 microsievert per hour is not limit, it's dry fed limit. I reduce it, calculate it, and I can change it. But 20 is principle, not dry fed, not calculated, is principle. Low, 20 millisievert per year. So I can't play, but I can play with this limit. 10 microsievert, 20 microsievert, 0.7 control the area even, saying, okay, no, wait a moment. You said 6, you say 6, 6 millisievert per year, okay. I guarantee this 6, I will guarantee this 6, but I will reduce the time. So you can say 7.5. You can say 7.5. Even if you need to say 6, you can 8, you can do it, according to what you need, but don't exceed 6 millisievert per year. Don't you must have 6 millisievert and above. Clear?
Clear, sir. Thank you.
السلام عليكم. السلام عليكم.
السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
Walaikum salam, sir.
Okay, let's continue with the regulations. We must take care about the record that we have in our company. We have many records in the facility. For example, we have personal, those records. We have record for calibrations of radiation detectors. We have record for wipe test. We have record for survey, radiation survey. We have record for medical record for each workers. We have many records really. We have record, for example, for moving or receiving the radiation sources, especially for the practice that used portable sources, portable radioactive source, nuclear gauges, projectors. This record also movement of the sources. All and many records, of course. All these records you must keep them in your facility. Now, you must keep the records to which is the time or the period. Okay, for detailed records, at least 10 years. At least 10 years. Detailed, 10 years. Brief records, maybe you collect this and put in one record, something like this, more details about, for example, record for the name, gender, age, doses received in each month, in each. This is detailed, okay. For detailed, 10 years at least. For brief records, 30 years. 30 years. So the records in the company or in the institute or in the facility, detailed at least 10 years. Brief, at least 30 years. Except one record. This is the personal dose record. It's a special record. This record is a special saying any records other than the exposure or occupational dose for persons, for worker, it has a certain regulation. So this exposure records saying you must keep this at least 30 years. 30 years. Or until the worker attained the age 75 years, which is longer take, which period is longer take it. So 30 years at least, 30 years at least, or until the age of the worker reached to 75 years, which period among this, larger or longer take it. Let's take an example. Now I work in a company, and my age now 20. My age now is 20. and working in this company for nuclear radiation with the nuclear radiation sources. Okay, now, my age is 20 now, 20, okay. I have a record now, I have a record. In this year, I have a record for those that I received. Okay, keep this record 30 years at least 30 years, okay. But when you keep it 30 years, my age will be 50. My age will be 50. So now I'm working, my age is 20. After 30 years, this record, the bills that I receive in this year, after 30 years, my age is 50 years. No, keep more. Keep until the age of the worker reach to 75. So you must keep this, not 30 years now, until the age of the worker becomes 75. So you must keep this how many years? 50 years, 55 years. 55 years. So at least 30. But if his age will be greater than, okay, keep until he reaches 75. Now assume my age now, assume my age is 50. And start working as a radiation worker. My age is 50 now. This is the first year for me to work as a radiation worker. Okay, now keep this record at least 30 years. Okay. So 30 years. My age will be 80. Greater than 75. Don't say I will keep this until your age becomes 75, because my age is 50 now. When I become 75, it will only 25 years. No, at least 30 years. So you must keep this at least 30 years. At least 30 years until my age become 80. So now this is the special case for this exposure records. Keep at least 30 years. In case if his age of this work, when it becomes 75, this period is longer, take this period, the longer period. Clear? For any other records, details 10 years, brief 30 years. Any other record, rather than this is special case, okay? So this is the regulation for keeping the records in the company. Now, let's go to another regulation, contamination.
Sorry, doctor.
Yes, yes.
In our example, number 45. It says
yes.
45. They ask
45, 40. I will bring, okay. I will bring it, okay. 40, 45. Yes, yes.
The detailed record shall be kept for not less than. They don't
yes, not
the recorder, those recorder.
Okay. Now, speak now, a detailed record shall be kept for not less than. I didn't say a specific thing about, because this is an exception. Don't make the general law for the exception. Detailed record, detailed. Now take the general formula now. Detailed, not less than 10 years. Not less than 10 years.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. But if he specific, okay, those record, no, it's a specific case. 30 at least 30. And in case of his age, 75 will be longer, okay, take this longer brief. Okay, so the 45 is 10 years, because it's a detail. Say brief 30 years. Brief 30 years. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Return back. Where is the this now, okay. This is the records. Okay. Who responsible for these records? RBO or RSO, Radiation Protection Officer or Radiation Safety Officer, the same. All information in the record shall be recorded by the hand of the Radiation Protection Officer, Radiation Safety Officer, or the qualified expert. This is his responsibility. Now, all detailed records shall be kept for not less than 10 years. And brief records shall be kept for not less than 30 years. With respect to exposure records for the occupational radiation worker as well as medical exposure records, but this is, we are not working with medical. For patient, we are not working with medical. For this patient, shall be kept for not less than 30 years, or until the workers or patient will reach the age of 70 years, whatever longer take it. Whatever longer take it. Okay. You have this type of records. We don't need to memorize it at all, but many types. And some practice need only 5. Other practice need 7, depending on the practice itself. Okay? Record for training, record for movement of mobile sources, radiation emitting device, cell sources. It's different records, but we must take into account that must be kept for this period. Okay, now, let's say very important thing which usually came in exam about contamination. Yes, this one. Contamination. Okay. I received a lot of questions during this course regarding norm. So now this is important for norm now, because now norm making you the pipeline, the tank, the ground surface contaminate with norm, radioactive material, naturally occurring radioactive material. Now, how to determine it's contaminated or not? This is the way. This is the way. Okay, now, we have 2 different types of contamination. We can make the contamination divided into 2 categories, 2 types. Fixed contamination, non-fixed contamination, or sometimes say loose contamination. Loose contamination. So fixed, non-fixed. Permanent, non-permanent. So now we'll say fixed, non-fixed. Which contamination, let's explain what is the meaning fixed, non-fixed first. Okay, fixed meaning assume. Now, some radioactive material spill in this surface, this table. And I discover this. Now, assume I put my hand like this. Put my hand, assume, put my hand like this. And fixed contamination, when my hand touch this now, when my hand, I contaminated or not, I will bring a detector, surface radiation monitor to measure the detector, the contamination, and I found there is no any radioactive material or isotope attached to hand, the skin. I found 0. This means that when I put my hand, or I bring the tissue like this, and make wipe like this. Wipe like this. Like this. I make wipe or smear test now. And put this under the contamination monitor. Radiation monitor to detect the contamination. Now I put like this. Now I didn't find any reading, 0 reading. This means this contamination is fixed contamination. Cannot taking by making a wipe test. Okay, the other contamination non-fixed is when I make something like this, make white test, and what in the detector, I read, I get reading. There are some radioactive material attached to this tissue. So now, this is non-fixed contamination. So we have to type fixed, non-fixed. Which is more dangerous, do you think? Fixed or non-fixed? Which is more dangerous? Fixed or non-fixed?
Non-fixed.
Non-fixed is more dangerous because if I touch it and move and touch another thing, I contaminate it. Touch another thing, I contaminate it. Went to home, contaminate. When I eat, contaminate the food. So non-fixed contamination is more dangerous than fixed. So we expect that the limit of it is low. Of course, I can't, for example, spill some radioactive material. How? I am working in radiation protection lab in the lab that use radioactive material in form of powder, in form of liquid, whatever. And some liquid radioactive material spill in this bench. I can consider this a drop, a small drop spilled now. I can say this bench is contaminated now, move, bring a new one. No. There is a criteria you must apply to say if it is considered as a contaminated surface or not. What is the criteria? Saying for this surface contamination, for low, for beta sources and the gamma sources, for beta and the gamma sources, and for low toxicity alpha and fixed, the limit is 4 becquerel per centimeter square. What does this mean? Assume the source that is contaminated this surface is alpha, is gamma or beta, but this is fixed. The contamination is fixed. This fixed contamination. The source is gamma or beta, no problem. Gamma or beta, whatever. Or the sources that emit gamma and beta, like cesium. Cesium, it is not a single source, it's a liquid source, Now, it's beta and gamma. Or beta alone, no problem. Okay. Or if the source is low toxicity of alpha. What is the meaning of low toxicity of alpha? I told you, alpha, which element can emit or decay by alpha? Which element? Heavy element, heavy nucleus only can decay by alpha. And usually heavy elements are poisons element. Chemically, poisons. The heavy element usually are, from chemical point of view, are poisons. It's a poison. Maybe from chemical point of view is more dangerous than radiation protection point of view. Maybe this element is more dangerous from chemical point of view than radiation protection point of view. For example, polonium. This material is so toxic. I am afraid from this material as a poison much more than radioactive source. So now, alpha, usually the emitter, the sources that emit alpha usually are toxic, but different in the degree of toxicity. So, and low toxicity alpha, so if the contamination fixed come from beta source or gamma source or low toxicity alpha, I can say this surface is contaminated if it is 4 becquerel per square meter or greater. So this is the limit to say and to classify this surface as contaminated surface. If it is low than 3, I will not classify it as contaminated surface, normal surface. Normal surface. Now, for still fixed, but now high toxicity alpha. High toxicity alpha. Now divide by 10. Divide by 10.4 becquerel per square meter. If the contaminated surface contaminated by high toxicity alpha. This is for fixed. For non-fixed always more dangerous than fixed. Now, for non-fixed, above limit divide by 10. Divide the above limit for fixed by 10. And instead of 4 for beta and gamma and low toxicity of alpha, divide by 10.4. And instead of 0.4 for high toxicity of alpha for fixed, divide by 10. It will become 0.04 becquerel per square meter. This is the criteria to determine if the surface is fixed, is contaminated or not. First, you need to determine fixed or non-fixed. Then you determine it is beta, gamma, and low toxicity of alpha or high toxicity. So in each case, we have this limit. Below this limit, you cannot consider the surface as contaminated surface. You can consider it as normal surface. This is the limits for contaminations. This is the limit for contamination. Whatever this contamination come from norm, from radioactive source, whatever. This is why I told you for norm you need to make radiation analysis to determine the isotope. It's what? It's iridium, it's what? It's polonium, it's bismuth, it's lead, it's, and what is the activity? What is the activity? This is the criteria. This is the criteria. We must determine the element first. So you need, you know, it's beta, it's gamma, what's alpha? Alpha, which emitter? Alpha, low toxicity, high toxicity. We have a box. We have box. Tell you if it is low or high. So now this is the criteria only. Use this criteria only. Okay, now, can I use any detector to measure contamination? Usually contamination is very, very low level. Usually contamination is very low. We need high sensitive detector. High sensitive detector. Not any detector can use to measure contamination. There is a criteria for a radiation detector to measure contamination. This is this one. This one. This criteria. This one. It must be a detector that can detect at least this amount. Not any detector can detect this amount. This is very low amount. So if the detector can detect at least this amount, I can use it to measure the contamination. How can I do this? I can bring a reference source, calibration source, which has 185 becquerel. Okay, ask from the company that produces radioactive source, make a source for 185 becquerel only. Bring the source in my lab. I put the detector now. If the detector reads something, this meaning it has sensitivity to read this amount, this very low amount. And if cannot read, give you 0, I can't use this to measure the contamination and determine if it is contaminated surface or not. So not any detector can be used to measure the contamination. The detector which has capable to measure activity equal 185. This is very low activity. So you must know that the minimum sensitivity is the detector can detect up to 185 at least. Less than this, it will be more sensitive. Okay, that's good, but not greater than. Okay, this is the minimum value. Otherwise, don't use this in contamination measurement. Okay. Let's now to go to the transportation. We take transportation and finish today. Tomorrow, inshallah, after we finish from calculation, we'll take only, let's say, about 30 minutes, not more than 1 hour, to finish the regulation completely and make the, inshallah, Thursday for radiation detection. Okay, now, transportation. You can't transport any radioactive source between regions. I mean regions. I'm not saying cities, regions. We have here in Saudi Arabia 13 regions. For example, this is Eastern region, Riyadh region, Mecca region, North region, Jizan, Najran. We have regions there. You cannot transport your radioactive source from region to region unless you have a practice license. This practice license assigned as safe transportation of radioactive material. But you can travel with your source in the car of the company, okay, between cities in the same region. For example, Khobar, Jubail, Ahsa, Bigay, Harab, yes. But from Jubail to Yambo, no. You need a third party who has the license for transportation. Or if you have a license for transportation, okay, but inside cities, between cities, inside the region, you can travel. Because for nuclear gauges, in the field, you can from here, so you have cars that put a box inside it and put the gauge inside the box and move inside the same region. Okay, now for transportation now. For transportation. For some transportation, we have what is called A1 value and A2 value. Okay. Radioactive material, we cannot consider any material as radioactive material, radioactive source. Only any material contains 70 kilobecquerel, now we will consider it as radioactive material. Please write this, 70 kilobecquerel. This is the least amount of material that we can consider this as now radiation source or radioactive material. If a material, it has activity but 50 kilobecquerel, this is not considered radioactive material. This is normal material. The minimum value to consider this material as radioactive is 70 kilobecquerel. 70 kilobecquerel. Okay. Now, we can find radioactive materials in many forms. Powder, liquid, solid, gas. Okay. We classified it into two different, I will bring it from here. Where is this? Yes. Now, into different type, the shape or the form. We can say specific or special form radioactive material or non-special form radioactive material. This is dependent on the shape itself, state. Okay, special form or non-special form, not a special form. What is the meaning of a special form? In simple word, if the radioactive material encapsulate, what encapsulate? Stainless steel, for example, encapsulate, like your sources that you used, if the radioactive material, this is the radioactive material, now put it in the capsulation like this, capsulate. Or if the radioactive material is solid, and even if it's scratch, will not deposit, spread. So if it is solid in itself and rigid, hard, or if it is powder but exists in this capsulation, these capsules, salicylic capsule, now we call this a special form. A special form. It is indispersible solid radioactive material. Your sources that you use in radiography, in nuclear gauges, in well logging, whatever the source that you use, is sealed source. Sealed source meaning solid. Solid. The radioactive material contained in double capsules of stainless steel. This is a special form radioactive material. So, special form radioactive material means either an indispersible solid radioactive material or sealed capsule containing radioactive material. So, this is called a special form. Otherwise, it's classified as non-special form. Like what? Like powder, like liquid, non-special form. So now we can classify the radioactive into two: special form and non-special form. Special form, solid and indispersible or capsulated. Okay, now return back to the A1 and the A2. This one. Okay. We have a value called A1 and A2. What is the meaning of A1 and A2? A meaning activity. So A1 and A2. For safe transportation of radioactive material, we can classify also the container that we put radioactive material inside it into two different types. The container itself. Okay. We cannot put radioactive material in any container. No. We must determine type of containers. We have different types. This is the types. Types of container or packages. We have accepted packages, type A packages, type BU packages, type BM packages, type C packages. I need only these two types. A package or BU package. Containers. Now, which one I will use to put the radioactive material inside it? Now, let's return to this A1 and the A2 again. Now, if the material is a special form, now I put conditions now. If material is in a special form and has activity lower than this A1 value you can put in type A container. If special form and greater than this A1 value, this is activity of source, greater than A1 value, you cannot put in A container. You must put in BU container. Let's explain this in more detail. A1 is value of activity. A2 is value of activity. There is a lot of table. You have table for these values. In tables you will find cobalt 60, A value, A1 value is, A2 value is, cesium, A1 value is, A2 value is. This is a normal table for transportation we have. Any element, iridium for example, iridium 1, 2, A1 value is amount of activity. A2 value is amount of activity. Now, I need to transport this iridium. I need to transport this iridium. I will put in container, of course, but which type of container? Type A or type B? Now, I will ask you, what is the form of your source? You will say it is a special form, solid. It is a special form. Okay, that's good. What is the activity of your source? You will say, assume, you will say 1 curie. Assume 1 curie. I will say special form, and 1 curie, that's good. I will go to the table for iridium. A1 value of iridium is assume 2 curie. Special form and A1 in the table is 2 curie. The activity I need to transport is 1 curie. So I will transport in type A. This A value is the maximum value of activity I can transfer in type A. A1 value is the maximum value of activity of radioactive material that I can transport in type A package. This is the meaning of A1. Maximum activity of radioactive material I can transport inside type A package in special form. Now, I have iridium, assume 3 curie. Special form, 3 curie. I need to transport. Okay, A1 value for iridium is 2 curie. The activity of my source is 3 curie. I can't transport in type A. I will transport in type B. Because type A container and the type B container different in the rigidity. Type B is heavy and more rigid than type A. So now, A1 value meaning maximum activity of material that can be transported in type A container from a special form material. If the activity of source in special form greater than A1 value, you must transport in type B container. Now, what is the A2? A2 now for non-special form means if it is powder or liquid. Now, iridium as liquid, what is the maximum activity I can transport in type A? What is the maximum activity for powder iridium non-special form? Powder. This is A2. Let's say 0.5 curie. What is my activity of iridium non-special? It is 0.2 only, not 0.5, 0.2, less than 0.5. I can put in type A. I can transport in type A. If it is greater than 0.5 A2, I must put in type B. So now the summary is, we have different forms of or shape of sources. We have different containers. Okay, now, which container I need to put my material? Now, first, you must determine what is the form of your material, a special form or non-special, first of all. Now, if it is a special form, okay. Now, it's a special form now, a special form. Now, I will see what is the A1 maximum activity in a special form that can I transport in type A. If this activity I need to transport is less than A1, I can transport in type A. If greater than value A1 activity, I will transport in type B. Now, if the material is non-special form, powder or liquid, now I will see what is the maximum activity I can transport in type A. This value is A2. I bring from table. Now compare A2 with the activity of your source. If the activity of your source is less than A2, put in type A. If greater than A2 value, put in type B. This is meaning of A1 and A2. And package, type A and type B. Okay, now.
Doctor?
Now.
Just a quick question on the activity rate for the A1. Which one?
A1 and A2. This one, yes.
The numbers. You mentioned the numbers in the beginning.
Number? A1 means the activity value of a special form. A1 for a special form, which is used to determine the activity limit in type A package. I didn't mention any. I give you an example. This is not right numbers, but to explain only. For example, I will repeat it again. Assume now I need to transport cesium-137. Okay? Bring from USA to Saudi Arabia, for example. Now the company in USA will transport this according to the international regulation. It must do this. Cannot put in any container and say, this container has a certificate. Any container comes with radioactive has a certificate. If it's type A, certificate type A. If it is type B, it will be certificate of type B. Any container have or used to transport radioactive material, type A or type B, you must have a certificate of it. It is a certified container to used for transportation of radioactive material. Now, assume now that in USA will import for Saudi Arabia a source of cesium-137. Now, the first thing I will ask myself, this is a special form or not? Sealed source or not? Assume it's sealed source. Okay, that's good. This is the first step. Sealed source. Now, I need to determine, I will transport in type A or in type B. Type A, I will put in type A or in type B. Now I need to determine. So now first I determine it is a special form. Now, which container I will use? Type A or type B? I will now determine according to the following. Okay, now, go to the tables. We have tables for this. The source is cesium-137. Okay. What is the A1? Because A1 because it's special form. Because it is a special form, I will use only A1. From the definition. A1 is the maximum activity of this cesium-137 that I can transport in type A package. In the table, I will say it is assume 1 curie. So I can put up to 1 curie cesium special form in type A package container. My source is assume half curie, half. So I can put this half inside this type A and transport to Saudi Arabia. Assume now the source that comes from USA is 3 curie. 3 curie. What is the A1 value? Special form A1. It is 1 curie. I have 3 curie. Now I cannot put in type A. I need to put in type B. Now my source is not special form. It's liquid. It's powder. Now I need to compare with A2 value. This A2 value, not A1. Cesium A2 value, this value. Now, if my source is less than this value, I will put in type A. If my source is greater than this value, I put in type B. This is how to select the correct container.
Very clear. Thank you so much.
Now let's continue with this now. In exam, you find this always also. Radiation level, definition. Give you definition for radiation level. Give you many definitions. The definition is radiation level mean the maximum dose rate. We speak about maximum dose rate expressed in millisievert per hour. So it is a maximum dose rate in millisievert per hour. On the surface, on the external surface of the package. Assume I need to transport, assume this is a radioactive material inside, assume this is a container. This is a container now. What is the radiation level? By definition, it is the maximum dose rate on the surface of this package. I will bring the detector, radiation survey, and on the surface, directly on the surface. Measure. What is the maximum value I measure? This is the radiation level. Expressed in what? In millisievert per hour. So I will, this is a detector, assume this is a detector now, 9 microsievert per hour, 12 microsievert, 20 microsievert, 20 microsievert is the maximum one. 20 microsievert per hour is the maximum on the surface. Now, I need to put in millisievert. 20 microsievert per hour, meaning 0.02 millisievert per hour. This is the radiation level. So the radiation level by definition is the maximum dose rate expressed in millisieverts per hour on the external surface of the package. I need to transport to this is the package now. So maximum on the surface expressed in millisievert per hour. Definition. Now, another definition. Transport index. Transport index. We will use this radiation level and transport index now in some calculations and determination for some categories of the package. But transport index now. What is the meaning of transport index? Transport index, instead of measuring light radiation level on the surface, no, 1 meter away from the surface. I will bring this definition from here. This is the definition. I will bring it now. Give me 1 minute. I will find it here. Determination of transport index. Now, this one. Transport index. In Arabic, مؤشر النقل. Transport index. What is the meaning of transport index first? Okay, this is a package I need to transport 1 meter away from this surface. 1 meter, only 1 meter. And now make survey, radiation measurement. 1 meter from above, from down, in all sides. 1 meter around the package. Measuring what? Dose rate. But you measured in millirem per hour. Millirem per hour. Now assume the maximum dose rate 1 meter away from the package. Assume 10 microsievert per hour. My detector is 10. Give me units in microsievert per hour. the definition of transport index must be in milli-rem per hour. Now, 10 microsievert per hour, if you have a microsievert per hour divided by 10, you will get a milli-rem per hour. So 10 microsievert per hour is 1 milli-rem per hour. 5 microsievert per hour is 0.5 milli-rem per hour. If you have 20 microsievert per hour, this is 2 milli-rem per hour. Divide by 10. Always divide by 10. So I measured 1 meter away and give me, let's say 20 microsievert per hour. I will divide this by 10, so it is 2 milli-rem per hour. Now, transport index is what? I say 2 milli-rem per hour. I will take 2. This 2 is transport index. So the number of 1 meter away, this number is dose rate in milli-rem per hour. Take this number, this is called transport index. Of course, index meaning there is no unit. This is index, only index. Give you an indication, only index. So, I will say transport index is the number of the dose rate 1 meter away from the surface expressed in milli-rem per hour. If it is in microsievert per hour, divided by 10. So, how to determine the transport index? Determine the maximum level by detector experimentally in units of milli-rem per hour at a distance of 1 meter from the external surface of the package. Transport index is the resulting number. The resulting number of the measurement is the transport index. This is the meaning of transport index. It is the dose rate 1 meter away from the package expressed in milli-rem per hour. Keep this in your mind. In exam, always asking about this definition, radiation level and transport index. Okay, why we do this? Why we do radiation level, determine radiation level and the transport index. This is our tool. This is our tool to determine the following. This is to determine the following. I will explain now.
There was a lag in the connection.
There is something in connection?
No, it was. There was a lag in the connection. But it's okay, now it's clear.
So now I can continue now?
Yes, please.
Okay. So now, why we need to measure the radiation level in contact with the surface, maximum dose rate in millisievert per hour, and transport index, which is the number of the dose rate in milli-rem per hour 1 meter away. Okay, why? To determine what is called category of packages. We need to determine the category of the package. What is the meaning of the category of package? Let's see this symbols or science. We now can understand what does this mean. Okay. In any package, the transport by road, by airplane, by train, by sea, whatever, you must find this symbol. Maybe you will find this one, which write radioactive 1. This is radioactive 1. And here, as you see, it is white. This color is white. We said white, radioactive white 1. This radioactive material, what is the category? It is white. The color is white. White 1. This is the label of the category white one for radioactive material. You must find a sticker, maybe you'll find this label white one, radioactive material, and this is the one. Or may you find this sign. This sign. This is now label for the category yellow 2. This is now 2, and this is yellow. Yellow 2. Yellow 2. Or you can find this one. Category yellow 3. Yellow 3. No any radioactive material can be transported at all unless you have one of this, white one or yellow 2 or yellow 3. Must stick. Now, yellow one is low hazard. White one is white one is low hazard. White one is low hazard. Yellow 2 is intermediate hazard. Yellow 3 is high hazard. So this is a category or degree of hazard. Now, if you find a label like this means this container has high radioactive material, high hazard. If you find yellow 2, intermediate hazard. White 1, low hazard. Okay, now, as you see in white 1, you find here 7. What is this 7? According to the International System of Transportation, they put number 7 for the radioactive material. Radioactive material is considered as dangerous material. Like what? Like biological material, like explosive material, like chemical material, like poisons, like. So the goods, the things, dangerous goods, مواد خطرة, dangerous goods classified and put numbers. The radioactive material classified as dangerous goods. So it is this number, international. This is called UN, United Nation number 7. When you see 7, this is dangerous good, and 7 is classifications for radioactive material. Now, as you see here, you write here content. For example, cobalt 60, cesium 137, iridium. You must put here the content and the activity. Activity here. You must write the activity here. Let's see what happened for yellow 2. As you see here, content, activity. And now we need to add something here. This box, you must write here transport index. You must write here transport index that you measured. You must write here transport index. Same thing for yellow 3. Content, what is the type of source? Cesium, cobalt, iridium, carbon, whatever. Activity, and put transport index here. Write transport index here. Now, I told you, any package must have a sticker. White 1, yellow 2, yellow 3. Which one I will choose now? How can I determine the suitable sticker? Now, let's return back to this table. This table will help us to determine which where is this table now? Yes, this one. Which category I will use? White 1, yellow 2, yellow 3. Now, as I told you, you must measure now the radiation level on surface. and 1 meter, and bring the transport index. I have these two numbers now. I measured on surface, radiation level, and I measured 1 meter in millirem per hour, and get the number. Or microjoule per hour and divide by 10 and take the number. Now, let's see now. If the radiation level, okay, no, first we need to say about something about this. 0. Transport index, which is less than 0.05, consider 0. Consider 0. Less than 0.05, consider 0. So if the transport index is less than 0.05 and on the surface, maximum radiation level at any point on the surface. What is the maximum radiation level at point in the surface expressed in millisievert? This is the radiation level now. Definition of radiation level. Not more than 0.005 millisievert per hour if the package 1 meter away, transport index is 0.05, less than 0.05, and on the surface less than 0.005 millisievert per hour, you take white one. Stick white one. If the transport index greater than 0 and less or equal 1 and more than 0.005 millisievert, but not more than 0.5, yellow 2. What yellow 2? If transport index greater than 1, less than or equal 10, and more than 0.5 millisievert per hour, but not more than 2 millisievert, what yellow 3? You will say, I need to memorize this? No. This given in formula sheet. Formula sheet. So now, how to select or determine the category depending on this table. Transport index and the radiation level. Now let's take an example. And I need your answer. Assume transport index is 0.5. Okay? And radiation level is 0.1 millisievert per hour. 0.1 millisievert per hour. Which category I will choose?
Yellow 2.
Yellow 2, of course.
Yellow.
No, why? Why? Transport index is what? 0.1. For example, less than 1. I give you number less than 1. 0.5. 0.5. So 0.5 here. This is a 0.5 here. And I told you 0.1 millisievert. 0.1 millisievert per hour. So this is here. Here. So it is yellow 2. Yellow 2. Now, assume I give you the following. Transport index is 0.5. 0.5. Transport index 0.5. Radiation level on surface, this is the maximum. Assume 1 millisievert per hour. 1 millisievert per hour. Transport index is 0.5. Which one?
Yellow 3.
Yellow 3.
Now, if I see here 0.5 transport index, 0.5 transport index here, yellow 2. But this is not the final selection. Let's see now what about the radiation level. Radiation level saying 1 millisievert per hour, 1 millisievert here, category yellow 3. I will take the more dangerous category, yellow 3. So if you have difference between transport index and radiation level, take the highest one. Highest one. Assume now transport index, assume 2. and radiation levels is 0.4. 0.4. Transport index 2 and radiation level 0.4. Which one? It will be also only 3. Why? Because 2 transport index here. Here. I give you transport index is 2. Yes, this category 3. Yellow 3. Radiation level is 0.4 here. 0.4 here. So it is yellow 3. Take the highest category. Now, to finish from this table, assume. Now, I found a package with higher transport index, higher than 10. Or radiation level on surface greater than 2 millisievert per hour. Greater than 2 millisievert per hour. This one, greater than this. Or transport index greater than 10. Greater than 10. What will be the situation? Okay, now I can't transport this package under routine condition, normal condition. I can't. It is not allowed for me to transport this package in normal condition or routine transport condition. So what will be the situation now? Now I can transport this under this category, yellow 3, under exclusive use. Under exclusive use. What does this mean? Okay. I will repeat this again. Under normal transport condition or routine transport condition, I can transport any package with radiation level on surface greater than 2 millisievert per hour. From here, I can't. Any package greater than 2 millisievert per hour, I can't transport under normal condition or routine condition. Or if it is greater than, transport index greater than 10. Greater than 10, I can't transport. This is a maximum transport index I can't transport in routine condition. 2 millisievert on surface is a maximum radiation level I can't transport. So the solution is, now I will go to K-Care. I will go to the K-Care saying I need to transport a package which has greater than 2 millisievert on the surface, 2 millisievert per hour on the surface, or greater than 10 as a transport index. And I will send for them a letter. Please give me a permission to transport this. K-Care will evaluate, make analysis and study and evaluate the situation. In case if K-Care approve, will give you approve, we will say, I give you an approval to transport this, but this letter is especially for this only. And this permission is exclusive. So now use this under exclusive use. So now I will take this permission and now I can carry this and transport. Otherwise, I can't. So I need a permission from K-Care for this shipment, exclusive for this shipment to transport. Assume I need to return the same shipment back after 2 weeks, after 1 day, after 2 days. Now I will say I have now a permission or approval from K-Care to transport this. No. You need again, you need to go to K-Care, say, I need to return the sources back. And this sources is greater in transport index than 10. And the same source that you sent 2 days ago, take another permission to transport. Now, don't use this permission forever. It is not allowed. Only exclusive use for one time. So this is the meaning under exclusive use. This is in case of transport index is greater than 10 or the radiation level greater than 2 millisievert per hour. This is now the 4 categories of radioactive material. White 1, yellow 2, yellow 3, yellow 3 under exclusive use. Now,
Sir, excuse me, sir. I have one
Yes.
question regarding with this yellow level third exclusive. Do we have to choose the shortest path on the job site for transporting this?
third party,
The shortest path to job site.
again, please, two, you need to.
Do we have to choose the shortest path, means the duration of transportation, so that the duration of transportation will be short? I mean, short period of time. Shortest path to, on job site.
The
Do we have
first,
to?
okay, wait a
Do we
minute,
have
wait a
to?
minute.
Okay.
Okay, wait a minute. Can you please write this in the chat? You have an option in chat. Because the
Okay.
voice here, I don't know, I cut it, I can't catch the. Can you please
Okay,
send
sir.
and I will answer? I will answer. Okay, please. Okay. So now, until we receive this question, okay, let's now continue. There another regulation here about also transportation. Now assume I have many sources. I put in groups. For example, in transient, in airplane, in airport, the place for receive the goods from outside, I put in transient now. Now, I received many packages. To collect them also, there are conditions. You cannot put them together without regulation. There is a regulation to manage this situation. Okay, I will now read your question. Okay. Do we have to choose shortest path on job site for transportation of yellow 3 exclusive package? Okay, you must select the shortest path, but it must be safe. It must be safe. Maybe you have, for example, 2 buses, one with 2 lanes and one with 1 lane. Take that 2 lanes, even if it is longer. First, safety. First, safety. This is now safety. And also, it is not your choice. When you send your letter to KCare, you will say, I have a source with greater than 2 millisievert on service, or greater than, transported greater than 10. Okay, I will take the road, assume, road, what is that, Jubail, Dammam. This is a road, must write this road, Jubail, Dammam, Riyadh, Qasim, Medina, Yamba. Your destination in Yamba now. You must write this road, this bus, and don't make shortcut. For example, doing the Australia desert, don't make this. Safety first, and this bus I will follow. And on, you must say on, for example, Sunday, 12th of October 2020, and it will reach, for example, Monday, 21 of October. So you determine the bus, safe bus, and the date, and the driver, and the car, and the safety officer attended or will be accompanied with this. Okay, all of this mentioned in the permission. This permission from KCare. You need also a permission from police. Also you need to transport between regions. You need permission from police only. You don't need permission from KCare. Just you receive for exclusive use, you must from KCare also. So you need from KCare and police. Okay. I hope it's clear, I hope.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Oh, now clear. Thank you.
Okay. Now, if I need to collect many sources, there is a law also. Don't collect sources, more than one, of course, greater the transport index of all don't exceed more than 50. I need to transport radioactive material, and I have a car, truck, both source, 100, 200, no. Maximum is transport index is 50. Total transport index is 50. So you can collect them in one group. Maximum transport index 50. So this first is 5. This is 2. Transport is 2. 5 transport 2, 5. This is 10. This is until you reach to maximum is 50. This is now one group. You can put in, say, one group. You have more. Okay. If you need to now to store, for example. Okay. Far away from the first group, at least 6 meters. At least 6 meters from the first group, this group. And now make another group. The distance is at least 6 meters. As you see here, groups of packages shall be stored so as to maintain a spacing at least 6 meters between any two groups. And here, packages are grouped in separated group, each with transport index not exceed than 50. Don't collect many sources with transport index greater than 50 total. Now, another regulation. This must be kept in mind. This is not given in the exam, in the formula sheet. The table, yes, table in formula sheet. Radiation level under routine conditions of transportation. Now routine conditions, not exclusive. Routine conditions shall not exceed 2 millisievert per hour, as mentioned in the table, at any point of the external surface. And also transport index not more exceed than 10. And we have now a condition for routine transportation and 0.1 millisievert per hour at 2 meters from the external surface. Now, for routine conditions, you must also take into account that 2 meters away must not exceed than 0.1 millisievert per hour. This must be keep in your mind. Okay. Any package or overpack having a transport index greater than 10 shall be transported only under exclusive use, as we said. So for routine condition, not more than 2 millisievert per hour at any point on the surface, and also 0.1 millisievert per hour 2 meters away from the external surface of the conveyance. So now, both the container inside the vehicle, 2 meters away from the vehicle, 2 meters away from the vehicle, you must not measure more than 0.1 millisievert per hour. Okay. Now, let's find how this came in exam. Okay, number 48, 49, and 50. 48. The radiation level of a package of radioactive material is defined as the dose rate. Now, definition of radiation level. As we said, it is the maximum on surface expressed in millisievert per hour. This is the definition. Let's see now. Number A, 1 meter away. No. Number B, on the external surface, in millisievert per hour. That's good. Yes. Let's see. C, on the external surface in millirem per hour. No. At 1 meter. No. So it is B. The definition says this. The definition say on the external surface in millisievert per hour. Number 49. The maximum limit for transporting index of a group of packages collected together is now maximum to collect it 50. And the separation between groups shall not exceed less than minimum distance 6. So it is not the maximum is 50 transport index as a group, and the separation between groups not less than 6. So it's number C. It is C. It is C. Now, the regulations for the safe transportation of radioactive material shall be applied for activities equal or more. I told you it is 70 kilo becquerel. 70 kilo becquerel, this is the minimum. If you have less than this, you can't transport in normal vehicle. It is not radioactive material. Cannot be considered as radioactive material. So 70 kilo becquerel, yes. 70 kilo becquerel must be transported through these regulations. Let's see now the last model. This one you will find also. Number 48. The limit for surface non-fixed contamination of sealed radioactive beta source. This is beta source. And non-fixed. Remember, going to 4 becquerel per square centimeter. Non-fixed. Going to 4 for beta. Going to 4. And the wipe test should be sensitive enough to detect. Remember, the detector must be detect at least 185. So it is 0.4 becquerel. I told you, you must remember this number. 0.4 and 185 becquerel. This one. Why? Because non-fixed and beta. If say, assume say, fixed. Fixed now, this is 4 now. 185 becquerel is the same as 0.005 microcurie. This, if I convert this to microcurie, I will find 0.005. So this is the number A. It is non-fixed. If it is fixed, this is the answer. This is the answer. For fixed. This is the answer. For our situation, this is the non-fixed. A. Now, number 49. The maximum dose rate measured at 1 meter from the external surface of a low size package give you this number. 1 meter. This is the maximum, 1 meter. 0.0241 millisievert per hour. Millisievert per hour. Then the transport index of this package is, give me now, selection. I need to select now. What is the definition of transport index? It is transport index. It is the maximum dose rate 1 meter from the package in millirem per hour, not in millisievert per hour. Millirem per hour. If I converted this sievert to rem, I need to multiply it by 100. So if I multiply this number by 100, I will convert it to millirem. millirem. So multiply this by now 100. 100. So this number will be 2.41. 2.41. This is the transport index. But we need to mention here something about this number. Okay. Now, we say 1 meter. This is a package. This is the radioactive package. 1 meter, it is 0.0241 millisievert per hour. Transport index must be in millirem. So convert this to millirem. Okay, this sievert 100 rem. I will multiply this by 100. So it is 2.41. So transport index is 2.41. Until now, we will change it now. So transport index, it is the number in front of millirem per hour. So it is 2.41 millirem per hour. Take this number, this transport index. But in transport index, only we used 1 decimal. Only we used 1 decimal. We have here 2 decimal. 2 decimal. We only used 1 decimal. Mathematically, it is 2.4. Mathematically, 2.4. Because we work with something dangerous, we will take that to be more conservative. So we will say, no, it is not mathematical. If you find here any number, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, whatever, any number here, you will increase this. You will increase this. So it is, transport index is 2.5. Only 1 decimal, only 1 digit, digit in decimal, only 1. We have here 2. If you have 2, always take this in the higher way, 5. Whatever here, 1, 2, 3, whatever, increase this, make this 5. Large. So it is 2.41, mathematically 2.4. So it is 2.5 as transport index. So the transport index in millirem, convert this to rem, you have 2.41. Move this and increase this by 1. So it is 2.5. This is a transport index. So it is 2.5, not 2.4. Now, and the package should be labeled by, what is the label now we need? We have white 1, yellow 2, yellow 3 exclusive. Now, we will return back to the table. We need to return back 2.5. 2.5. Now, no, below I think. It's this one. Okay, 2.5 here. Here, 2.5 here. Greater than 1 and less than 10. Yellow 3. So return back to this. So it will be 2.5 yellow 3, number D. It is 2.5 yellow 3, number D. Okay, solve now 50. The transport index of package for radiation protection purposes is defined as, give you now what is the definition of transport index. It is the maximum effective dose rate in millisievert? No. It is the maximum effective dose rate in millirem per hour on the external surface? No. External, no. The maximum effective dose rate in millirem per hour at 1 meter from the external surface? Yes. C. C. This CD, the maximum effective dose rate in millisievert 1 meter? No, it must be in millirem 1 meter. So it is C. The answer is C. Answer is C. Inshallah, tomorrow we will continue with regulations. I think we take about more than 80% from regulations now. Only a very small amount of regulation, about not more than 20%. Tomorrow, inshallah, we'll continue after we finish from the calculation. So tomorrow, inshallah. Yes.
So my name is Tiju. So for the transport index, we have 0.0241 millisievert per hour. So we converted to millirem per hour, right?
Yes.
So the transport index must be the maximum value of MR per hour divided by 10, like?
No, if it is microsievert per hour, microsievert per hour divided by 10 to convert it to millirem per hour. If it is micro, this is milli. This is milli.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Only this is milli. So I need to be millirem per hour. And this is millisievert. Only change is sievert. Both 100 rem.
Yeah.
Only put 100 rem. If it is assume, this is microsievert per hour. Divided this by 10. If it is micro. Now, what will be the value? It will be 0.00241, right? If it is micro, again, if it is micro, it will be divided by 10, it will be 0.00241, which is 0. Remember when I told you if it is less than 0.05, take it 0, it will be 0 now. It will be 0 if it is in microsievert. Okay?
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So one question.
Yes.
Why we choose 2.5 instead of 2.4? We should not neglect this 0.1.
Okay. Now we transport what? Radioactive material, dangerous good material. Dangerous. So to be more conservative, to be in safe side, increase the situation. Okay? So now you are in the side of safety. So it is 2.5. I told you mathematically it is 2.4. But we have more dangerous 0.01. We have another one. Consider this is the higher. So it is 2.5. Always go to the higher. Whatever the number, 1, 2, 3, 4, the number, put it always higher. So increase. Okay, it's clear? This is a regulation now. This is a regulation,
Actually, we didn't pay attention because I was pretty sure that the answer should be 2.4, but I was a little bit surprised when you told that 2.5 was the best answer.
Well, it must be 2.4. Yes, increasing.
Yes.
Because now
Now clear.
It's
Now
clear
clear.
now? Okay.
Yeah, please.
Okay, that's good. It is 2.5 for you. Why we do this? Really, let's ask ourselves why we do this. Why we do with label, with number, with. Okay, now assume now I am working in the airport. Only I bring the luggages, goods, packages from the airplane and put in the store area. Only I am driving in the forklift. Now, of course, some shipments are radioactive material. So now I give him a course, awareness course for this driver in the airport. Take care. When you see this label, when you see this, turn back here, this. No, this, okay. when he see label like this, by visual, this is now warning by visually, he has no survey meter. He does not know anything about survey meter. Okay, when you see something like this, true, intermediate risk, white, low risk, by visual, and also when he find yellow 3, oh, dangerous, take care now. May I need to ask the RSO in the airport. And also, when he read this transport index, he knows what is the dose rate 1 meter away. He now will drive the forklift. So between him and the shipment about 1 meter. So now 1 meter away. This is the dose rate here. Dose rate now here. So this rate transport index is assume transport index is 0.7. It is 7 microsievert per hour or 0.7 millirem per hour. 0.7 millirem per hour directly or 7 microsievert per hour. So visually I get many information from this label. The degree of dangerous, it is white or yellow, and even yellow 2 or yellow 3. And transport index give me the dose rate 1 meter away. Dose rate 1 meter away. Okay, now we finished. Tomorrow, inshallah, we will speak about the rest of regulations. But I remember something here very important. Please. Only 1 minute. Only 1 minute. Where is the word? This one. Okay. Only 1 minute. This one. Only this. I need to. This is the limit here. Yes. This is very important here to see. The limit for the person who work in radiation in the transportation is 5. I need to bring this from here. Yes, this one. This one. Okay, take care of all this, please. I forget to. Okay. Now, a radioactive material shall be separated, meaning from the transport workers and from members of public for the purpose of calculation for segregation distance. The following value should be used. Now, for workers working, for example, in airport, the limit is 5 millisievert per year. They are not considered as occupational. They only bring goods or packages. So for worker in airport, for example, who work in the transient, in the hall that receive goods and the packages, for worker, a dose of 5 millisievert per year. For the driver, forklift driver, who bring the packages or the shipment, 5 millisievert per year. So the person who work in transportation, not the driver he drive for transport among regions. No, this is a region worker. I mean, in airport, for example, the limit for him, 5 millisievert per year. Please, pay attention for this also. For the workers, for transportation, it is 5 millisievert per year. So now, we finished from the transportation. Tomorrow, inshallah, we'll continue and start, inshallah, tomorrow with calculations, inshallah. Okay, see you, inshallah, tomorrow.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. مع
الله يعطيك
السلامة.
العافية دكتور. الله يسلمك.
الله يبارك فيك. مع ألف سلامة. ألف سلامة.
شكرا دكتور. السلام عليكم.
السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. مع السلامة يا أخي الكريم. ألف سلامة.